All right, welcome back to Black Lodge Trivia Night. We're going to get back to a little bit of the Lord of the Rings online book quests. I figured, we've been doing some Dragon's Dogma. We got a bunch of hours into that, been making progress, but this is more of a chill kind of experience that I thought could be nice to dive back into. Obviously, I love this game, and I think the book quests are a great way to experience the overall gameplay without feeling the need to like load up on quests and then grind and blah blah blah. Anyway, just clearing out my inbox, so to speak. Actually, literally in this case. Yeah, so there's like, it looks like this is like timed events. There's probably like spring festivals and stuff going on. I'm not going to get into any of that. I just want to clear. Oh, I guess I got to actually take the attachment. I don't want to compose mail. Just, okay, let me detach item. Perfect. So now, if you remember, and I don't know why you would, it's been a little while, we're trying to find Druchord. And the reason why we need to do this is because the elves of the nearby, whatever this is here, need to have this problem dealt with so that they can feel free to send forces to the rangers over here in Esselden to yada yada yada. So let me uncheck that. So the problem I'm having is I've been having a lot of problems figuring out where this guy actually is. And the reason why is because I've been circling this ring here, where I think it's actually this ring here more to the south. So given that, I think I even said in the last one, like, let me see if I can Google XYZ and see if I can get a read on where to go. And so I think what I need to do is I need to make some progress. So I don't know why this is lit up, because this is definitely not where he is. And I think there's even a better way to get, like, I think I came around this way. I think there's actually a better way to do it through the Eastern Pass. So let me start making my way back down, because I might need to, and I apologize for this, but I might need to retrace my steps. Now, what I was hoping to do is figure out a way to do this without fighting everybody and just go for it. See if we can get on horseback and just make a break for it. See how far we actually get. I mean, hopefully I can retrace my steps. Maybe I won't. But yeah, I have to confess after the way this last week / month / academic year has been going, it'll be nice to spend a little time chilling with Lord of the Rings Online, because it has been a lot. And it's going to continue to be a lot, I think. Not in a, I don't want to say in like a necessarily a bad way. I mean, it was exhausting. There was a lot of things that happened this year, etc., etc. And the year's almost over. And then we're going to get my son off to college. Okay, so here's the Eastern Pass. And the more things you have going on like that, and then, And it's one of those things where like, oh, the economy's booming, but then also in certain industries, just like tons of layoffs, and you're just like, oh my goodness, if that ever hits me, like you start to realize just how many plates you have spinning. So I think this is the Eastern Pass. And it just gets overwhelming. Again, not that anything specific has happened. It's just when you start to realize the number of plates you do have spinning and how fragile all of that can be in heartbeats. It is a lot to swallow. So what I'm looking for here, I'm looking for, maybe this isn't where I just came from. There's basically, I hope this isn't where I just came from. I've already gotten turned around. This might be where I just came from. There's like sort of like this big entrance, and it's, yeah. And it's got those sort of posts surrounding it. And maybe it's up there and I just didn't quite get all the way to where I needed to go. Maybe I was going the right way. I've totally lost track. Anyway, because again, I tried to look up, and when I looked it up, I was like, yeah, I'm not 100% clear how they're getting from A to B here, but yeah, there's no lower way. Anyway, it's all very exhausting. You just realize even when, you know, you do your best and you try and save up for college and you try and have a little bit of a safety net and all these things that I am 100% aware of are privileges. There's just a lot that can go wrong and have all of that go south very quickly, and then you get your stomach into knots thinking, okay, it can't go wrong for the next like 8 years, because that's when my kids are going to college. You're like, oops, feels like a long time. We timed it perfectly so that as soon as one ends, the next one begins for maximum. Oh my god, this is never going to end. Again, it's one of those things like we feel really, really, really fortunate. And part of feeling that fortunate is you realize how much you have to lose and how easy it would be to lose it. And that's the... Let's see, can I survive this? Maybe not. I'm gonna start healing. So basically, I don't know if you can tell, I'm basically going all healing, all defensive. Not even doing anything else. And so far you can see my hit points are holding up. Again, until this crowd thins out, I'm not even thinking... I'm gonna go with a defensive strike, which is gonna up my... if I ever get the attack off. Up my defense, but what ended up happening was I lost my auto target, and so it wasn't firing off, and while it was not firing off, I was sitting there getting my butt kicked. But slowly but surely I'm building my my morale back up. Anyway, so yeah, and part of it is because I wasn't, because again, this is like a sort of chill kind of experience. I wasn't paying 100% attention. I was sort of looking at the numbers, not realizing my target had sort of changed and was just off center enough that I wasn't attacking. But needless to say, like I said, I don't want to say anything other than I feel very, very fortunate. It's one of those things, right? Like, if you got kids, it's not like... I don't want the... It's not that, like, if things got upended or whatever, like, you know, I'd be fine. I'll go, you know, pumpkin. I don't care. I'll do anything. But but you don't want everything upended for your kids, right? So, let's see if I can start putting a little hurt on these guys. Gonna now switch back to some healing. So it's one of those things, like, it was just like, you know, if I can just make these next 8 years. I don't know if it's even 8 years, right? In 4 years, my youngest graduates from high school, and so that's basically when, like, who cares? Like, we have to go... You know, we've gotten them through in the school district we wanted them to go to. We... You know, hopefully they, you know, grew up having their friends here in town, et cetera, and then they're off to college, so it wouldn't be as crazy. And part of what makes it so, you know, like, I just live in such an expensive area. Wow, look at that. So, if you wonder why I'm a huge fan of the Warden, that's why. There are other classes that can tank. Obviously, like I guess it's like the Guardian would be the original. Like, the Warden was a class that was added after the fact. Not after the fact, but... I don't know if it was Moria. It was some DLC. And... I've played... What did I started playing with the Champion. And I just couldn't get the hang of it. I really struggled. Anytime... And it's interesting because they're meant to be, like, area of attack specialists, but they just don't have the durability I needed as a terrible player. What I'm looking for in a class is one that lets me be genuinely terrible and still not have to pay for my mistakes. And by God, I found that in the Warden. Okay. Because, yeah, we just got mobbed by, like, 6, 7... Some of them were elites. Now, granted, you know, we're slightly higher level than they are, but still. And just by paying attention, mostly, I was able to survive, keep myself going. So yeah, there's clearly, you know, a little bit more mental engagement maybe than some classes, because you got to remember, like, what patterns am I dealing with here? It's not just, you know, click this attack, this attack. Like the Guardian's kind of that. Maybe there's something to manage that's... I guess I could pop out of this by... I've got a skill that lets me shake off effects like that. And, you know, I was able to take on those 6 or 7 whatevers. I didn't use any special skills. I didn't use any healing, although I thought I was going to at one point. You know, I just used my basic... I just spammed my healing chains over and over and over. Didn't worry about damage output so much. But, you know, you chip away at him. And, yeah, it all worked out. You know, and plus, you know, maybe I've said this already, like, thematically, I just find it to be such a cool class. It really feels like it belongs in... The concept of it really feels like it belongs in, Middle-earth. Okay, so maybe I was actually getting close this whole time, and maybe this was where I wanted to go. Because, yeah, you have to keep making your... I thought it was a lot more on ground level, though. That's the part I don't... keep testing to see whether I've gotten sort of 4 gambit chains yet. I think you can get up to 5. Some I do have 4, like the healing. Some I don't. Some of the attacks. Hopefully this is the right way, because honestly... I don't think this is meant to be some huge thing that's hard to... So I'm working on the assumption that I just want to go deeper into this encampment. And so maybe if I just follow these posts, that'll get me where I need to go. Anyway, I didn't mean to, you know, just wax philosophic there for the first 5 minutes, but it does set up why I was like, you know, I can, you know, record a little more Dragon's Dogma. Or I can see if I can, with a little bit of time here that I have, put together, like, because again, I've said in the past, like, I like doing this in, like, a long session. You know, I'm not looking to do this, you know, 750 episodes at, you know, 40 minutes each. Not sure which way to go. There, you know, there's some plugin that, you know, I haven't used much plugins and I haven't talked much about plugins. What I will say about plugins is that this game is extremely accommodating of them. And there is a plugin that lets you sort of turn the map. Now, I don't know if it's the in-game map or if it creates a second map, or I don't know what it is, but it gets very sort of Google Earthy from my understanding of it, and it lets you get an idea of what the terrain is that you're actually having to traverse. Because again, like in, you know, I've said in Moria, navigating Moria is a nightmare. And, you know, being able to say, like, you know, being able to see exactly, you can zoom in and you can see, okay, this is a mountain, that's a cliff, that's a path. I think it uses textures from the game. I think I'm about to ding a level here in a little bit. Anyway, so yeah, we're getting through the end of the school year. It has not been a relaxing jog to the finish, but we're hoping the worst is now literally behind us. Okay, this is promising because you can see, you know, the palette's changed in this guy, and I think I've said in earlier things like, when you approach evil, the environment reacts, the world changes. And And so I don't know if this is actually right, but it gives me hope that I'm heading in the right direction because of how the environment's changing. I'm not just running around the North Downs proper. It's sort of changing its environment to let me know maybe I'm getting a little deeper, a little closer to the heart of darkness. The heart of this camp. Starting to see totems, which I assume are going to start impacting. Look at that, an elite master. Okay, he's going to get 5,000. Wow, 5,000 hit points. So using this has no effect. If we can't use it here, I'm not sure when we're supposed to use it. But this is who we're after. We're supposed to be able to use it. So what I'm worried about here is, well, he's orange. Just trying to interrupt him there, but at the same time it's tricky because I don't want to give up healing. Yeah, I don't know what other class I would consider going against an elite master without the buff I'm supposed to be getting. See if I can put a little bleed on him while I... Nope, while I heal. That's going to maybe shake off dazes. And now I'm doing that just so I can get back to the... Now there's one button I have that lets me instantly interrupt, and I don't know which one it is. Shield Slam, that's the one I gotta remember. I don't know if it'll let me do it. So again, remember, the point I'm trying to get to is where I finally have more HP than morale than the enemy does. So right now I'm at 600 or so. It's now at, well, it was at 600 around. So now I feel like this fight's well in hand. I've got nothing to worry about. And I've done it. There we go. That buff stone that I was supposed to have to help me get through it was useless. But there you go. The Warden can take on an elite master 4 levels higher solo and survive the day. It takes a little patience. It's not pretty. And maybe other people are just blowing through content like that with hunters or other high damage. But as a terrible player, I am not able to do that, so... So what I might... There we go. Got the level. Level 27, baby. What I might do... I'm going to loot this. Am I out of space? Interesting. How is that possible? Okay. I mean, I know I'm getting close, but... So what I might do, because it took me so long to actually... get here in the last session. Basically, I don't want to, well, Oh, now you can see they're light blue instead of dark blue because they've gained a level, so they're even easier. What I might do is I might spend the fast travel token to get out of here, just because I think we've seen enough of this place. Maybe the reason why there were two circles, maybe the first circle is where you could start to use the item that I never used. And you could use it to carry you through to the main boss, lasting maybe like a time. I have no idea how it works. But I'm wondering if that was the intention of the first ring on the map and I just got confused because I'm addled. All right, you've done it. We heard the wails of the orcs from here. You've seen to the safety of Lyn Galaeth. Black Lodge, and for this you have my thanks. Now we're gonna go, let's see, what do we got? Got a weapon that is not as good as what we're currently using. Again, I don't look at the like 1% auto attacks, I don't look at the +6, I just look at pure DPS and I'm like, whatever. So then what's this? Pair of gloves. Gloves are higher armor, so let's take those and equip it. Nope, I just clicked finish later like a moron. All right, Book 3, Chapter 5, Part 3 of 3, Might of the Elves. With the Uruk Drugord slain, the threat of the orcs is lessened, and I am free to come to the Council of Estelden. You should bring word to Halbarad that we shall attend, and we will arrive soon. Your brave deeds may yet prove a strong foundation for our defenses. There we go. So first things first, let's get these new... So again, you know, if you spend Lotro points, you can buy mithril coins, which lets you just zip around. But I must confess, I feel like if that's what you do, then you're sort of missing the chill that this game can bring. Let's see. So we're looking to get back to Estelden. You know, the last time I did this, I did it as a Twitch stream, and I gotta say, you know, thanks to the folks that were chatting, it really makes it a lot easier to pass the time when, you know, you get to just hang out and chat with people. So I'm not able to do that this time just because of how I'm gonna try and squeeze this in, because again, I go for longer sessions in Lotro. I look for at least 3 to 4 hours. And so I'm going to do it off camera. I'm going to do it off stream, just so if I need to, I can just cobble together in a couple of different chunks. Sometimes I can do it. It's part of how the sausage gets made. There are, in games, you know, I usually look for points where there's no audio and there's no motion on screen, so that if I need to hide a cut, I can do it. This game might be interesting. The map, obviously, if I'm not moving, is stationary. But this game, the music, which I love, is present a lot of the time. So it's going to be a bit of a technical challenge to figure out the right places to hide the passage of time outside of game. Alright, so here we are back in the ranger camp of Estelden, sort of trying to establish a front line against the forces of Angmar. Secured the help from the elves. I believe we've secured the help from the dwarves. All of the strength of the free peoples will be needed if we are to carry the day.
How can I be of service?
The message you bear is joyous twice over. The Uruk is dead and the elves have agreed to come to the council. You've done very well, for the might of the elves shall improve our lot all the more. You have my thanks for this. You know, this is one of the cool things about Free League's The One Ring RPG that at first I wasn't 100% sold on. And it's not that it's unique to that game, but the idea of like building councils. You know, they actually have mechanics where you would go and, you know, talk things through. But I like, this is making me appreciate that, yes, you know, that is something kind of intrinsic to the stories and the setting. You know, these ideas where we're going to have a sit down, we're going to talk, we're going to agree, and we're going to join forces to fight the evil. And I don't think I appreciated, you know, why the One Ring, you know, really focuses that mechanically until I, you know, did some solo runs, which I know the first two are up here at Black Lodge Trivia Night. The third one's done. Like, I've finished my solo adventure. We just haven't found a slot for it yet in a weird way. The second part I put up sort of as a bonus. But the third one, you know, it always helps to have one sort of in the bank, you know, because life takes over. And that's been the one in the bank, but I might need to juggle the schedule around a little bit. And figure out how to do that. Get that third one out and switch something else to have in the bank. Let's see, Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 1 of 3, A Call to Men. So we've got the dwarves, we've got the elves, now we need the men. Of all those that have suffered in the North Downs, it is perhaps the people of Trestlebridge who have suffered the most. They have stood firm against all orc attacks, but their own numbers are dwindling. In fact, the mayor of the town, Lovell Boskins, was recently slain, and his daughter Nellie now leads the people there. I would ask you to go to Trestlebridge and speak with Nellie. We will need her leadership at the council. I will give you a word of warning. Although her people have the most to gain from coming, Nellie will be the hardest to convince. The constant attacks will block all thoughts of anything but dealing with the immediate threat. Okay, so it sounds like we're going to head back to Trestlebridge. The other thing about this, you know, a lot of RPGs, a lot of MMOs, they build, you know, a lot of the quote-unquote gameplay is traveling back and forth across physical spaces. And it can seem like, you know, what a waste of time on some level. Like padding, like filler. The two times it doesn't feel like filler to me. One is in Lord of the Rings Online, because again, you know, part of those stories is traveling from A to B. You know, that's the whole thing half the time, right? So in this game, even though like the journey might just be completely uneventful, following a path, or paying for fast travel and then watching the journey play out in front of you, it never feels bad, because to me that's part of what it means to be in Middle Earth. And then the second place is in space games. EVE Online. I wish I were better at Elite Dangerous. I'm so bad at that game. I know that game is just purely like a grind to make the sliders go up or whatever, but again, that could be kind of chill. Like, hey, what do I want to do? Do I want to run maybe X? I also used to be really big into the X series. I still, and when I say I used to, like, the one I put the most time in was X Beyond the Frontier, and then the main was its extension. And it's just like, what do I want to run, like, you know, solar cells back and forth? Like, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to watch some numbers go up. I'm going to, like, just go back and forth between a couple of stations. You know, and just quote unquote fly, right? And that's why I wish I was, because I feel like X4, as the X games progressed, it became more and more about like empire management. They started letting you own and build your own space stations, which is really fascinating. But then it became more about managing a fleet than it became about like, hey, I'm space trucking in a ship. And so in some ways I feel like Elite Dangerous, you know, sort of captures what I loved about Extension. I guess I could just go play Extension. There's nothing stopping me. Anyway, but Elite Dangerous is the more modern equivalent. EVE Online, you know, I've spent some time with EVE Online, and I really liked that as well. Where, as a terrible player, Elite Dangerous feels very much a steep learning curve in terms of how do I physically get from A to B. The steep learning curve that seems insurmountable in EVE Online is the interface and what am I doing. It's just so much going, because, you know, it's an MMO. It's got like 20 million things going on at once that all go up. So, anyway. But yeah, those are the two times I don't mind the travel. Because again, maybe I'm a psychopath, but a lot of what I'm doing in RPGs is headcanon. And those are the two times that spending a lot of time just going between A and B makes sense as a headcanon story. Like, it's stupid, but like in my head, you know, I'm not, there's a little bit of like role-playing going on in my head. I'm like, okay, I'm traveling to Trestle Bridge. I'm making my way through the, you know, the journey is perilous. You know, nothing's happening, but I don't sit here and just check my phone as I impatiently say, damn it, why can't, are we there yet? And in space games, I gotta tell you, like, oh man, it's just, a good space game is gonna give you just the visuals that take your breath away. And Elite Dangerous is one of those, you know, it's truly, can be a visually stunning game. And it's also, and another thing that like the space games and Lord of the Rings Online sort of have in common, that I never quite got this sense when I was playing, say, like World of Warcraft or even Age of Conan. Is that the? I really like that MMO as well. They really did a really great job with the opening 20 levels, the opening area. I don't know if they ever were able to flesh it out beyond that, but they really put a lot of time into like the story of the opening island. Makes it like just a blast to play. But Lord of the Rings Online and like space games like Elite Dangerous, EVE Online, you really feel small within the world. And for me, that's a good thing. I love feeling like the world is massive and I'm, you know, trying to make the change where I can in the tiny parts that I exist in. And that all of this is bigger than me. That's part of why like I like the fact that I'm not playing like Frodo or Gandalf or somebody like that, because they're oversized, you know, compared to the size of the world, if that makes any sense. Their weight in the world is massive because they're the heroes that end up saving the whole world. I genuinely don't want to be that. I want to be, you know, doing my part, you know, chipping away, however you want to say it. I'm not sure where I'm trying to go. I'm looking for the mayor. Looking for Nellie, the mayor's daughter. And I don't know if I have to go. There we go. Yeah, I have to go inside the house. Nellie Boskin's house is right there.
How can I be of service?
The Council of Esselden. Have you taken leave of your senses, man? Are you unaware of the dangers facing this town? The constant attacks you must endure. these men in the east, if they truly cared about the threats facing Trestlebridge, they would help us here with these orcs. We would not have had to suffer as we have. We lost all those dear to us. No, I shall not come to the council, nor anything else. I shall not be convinced otherwise. Just give me 5 minutes. I'm going to do 2 side quests, and I'll see how you're singing then, baby. Now, if you have no other business, leave me to see the defense of this town. Okay. So, again, you know, bad news. They said no. Now we have to go all the way back to... So, I mean, again, you can see like, oh my god, now I got to go all the way back. Yeah. But what I'm going to do is, since I unlocked fast travel over here...
Greetings.
It's going to cost 12 coins. What I'm curious about, is that fast, or is that sort of the autopilot? And obviously, for all the nonsense I was just saying about, oh, headcanon and the journey is the point, blah, blah, blah. I mean, half the time you can just skip it, right? I think if I paid a mithril coin, it would definitely fast travel. And as you, like, you know, if you could see, you know, no hands. I'm not steering the ship. This is just the game doing its thing. So yeah, I think, you know, we've checked out Fornost. I'm wondering if we're going to end up back there for something here, like if the book quests are going to take us. Because it feels like too much of a set piece here in this part of the map to not have it play a bigger role. But yeah, I mean, I know these aren't the highest res textures, etc., but I love the look of this game. I love the look of this game, then the level of detail changes like a punch to the face. So, man, what's been going on here at Black Lodge Trivia Night? There's actually... It's a season of change here at Black Lodge Trivia Night. A couple things. Matt and I have been doing Vaesen. By the time this goes up, the final Vaesen should be out. So we wrapped that up. Then we wrapped up Otari. That's going to take a little longer to come out, you know, because of how the schedule goes. So we finished up Pathfinder 2nd Edition, Menace Under Otari. We finished up the intro adventure, Dance of Dreams, and Vaesen. Patrick announced that he's pretty close to coming back for the regular schedule. He was sort of every other week because, you know, he's got a very young kid. And he was very accommodating to even keep going at all, given how much, you know, things change when you have your first kid. But he was saying that he might be back to being, you know, weekly, which then, you know, Matt and I have been doing games Lone Wolf one-on-one. That's what Vaesen was. We did Cyberpunk that way. Yeah, Cyberpunk Red. you know, and it's been fun. And we were going to jump into some Fall of Delta Green one-on-one. But given that Patrick might be back now weekly, and that Patrick expressed interest in Fall of Delta Green, I think we're going to get back to the original rotation. The way we were meant to, you know, when we set this up, the way we were meant to sort of, the three of us really get through a bunch of systems. So, next one up is going to be my first one in the official rotation. The Mithras Imperative spy game. And I think Patrick's going right into Eat the Reich. So that's going to be cool. It's exciting, you know, and it's exciting, you know, knowing that, you know, Fall Delta Green will still hit the rotation, but I'll get to do it with Patrick as players. You know, it's definitely more fun when, you know, you're riffing off each other and somebody else is sort of helping drive the narrative forward, if that makes any sense. It's not just all on your shoulders, or, and even it's not really, right? Because, you know, usually what we do is we create an NPC that the GM runs to, you know, have some more interaction going on, but it's not quite the same. And so I'm glad that when we do get to finally take Gumshoe for a spin, it will be with the full crew. But it does mean that, you know, as much as I don't know if I mentioned it here, I sure I have. Like, I'm a super duper over prepper in some ways when it comes to RPGs that I'm about to run. But I haven't done it in a while because I'm like, you know, it's down the road. Who knows? It's starting to hit me now that, oh, no. It's in 2 weeks. So I might need to spend a little time prepping. I wonder if there's any value in just recording some of that, you know, because it's a pretty homebrewy kind of thing. Let's see, the Rangers of the North are in need of hardy folk who seek to aid the defense of the southern lands. Let's see who we can ask for help. Good, you've returned. Does not surprise me that Nelly refused the call of the council, but that does not matter now. Word has arrived here that a large contingent of orcs is moving on Trestlebridge. Oh, okay. The people there are strong folk, but I fear they are no match for these orcs, and the chieftain who leads them. We must go to their aid.
Stay a moment.
In the past, the orcs that have attacked have been the Tarkrip tribe. The bloodlust of that tribe usually causes them to throw themselves heedlessly into battle without forethought. The orcs that now move on Trestlebridge appear to be on the more powerful Onbur's tribe. These warriors are stronger and more skilled. The townfolk will not be able to stop them. I would send a party of my men to aid, but all my kin are dealing with matters in the east. You and I may reach them in time, however. You have done much already, but I would ask for your help in this battle. Gather what warriors you can and return to me, but make haste. Trestlebridge does not have much time. Okay, so I think what we're about to do is it's setting us up for another fellowship quest, maybe an instanced quest of sorts. I guess back in, I was about to look at the map, back in Trestlebridge.
We must not delay.
Let's give it a shot.
The little town of Trestlebridge is all that stands between the orcs of Angmar and Breland to the south. Halbarad, Ranger of the North, gathers heroes to help defend Trestlebridge from the approaching onslaught.
We have come to lend you what aid we can in the battle ahead. Ah, I see, Nelly says. So I refuse your call to the council, okay. I think we know how to deal with orcs without your help. Why don't you return to your home? We can deal with this orc threat. But, Miss Boskins. Mayor Boskins, look, one of the guards approaches. Come, perhaps it's another attack. We must follow the battle Oh, we must follow. The battle is upon us. Boskins, orcs of a kind I've never seen approach. Perhaps your words were true, Halbarad. Come, now. To the bridge. We must draw the line here. Sir Patrick Stewart. Maybe the worst impression you'll ever hear of that treasure. So I'm trying out some things to see if I can do a little area of effect kind of stuff. I was trying to get their attention. I was hoping I did a little bit of extra damage to everybody. Not sure if it worked because a lot of the, I gotta tell you, a lot of the gambits that begin with the fist, I don't use a lot because a lot of them are meant to be crowd control, pulling people, pulling aggro away from other players, and since I'm soloing, most of the time it doesn't matter. Alright, let's get in here. But when you start getting into fights like this, it starts to matter a little more. I'm guessing now because I'm solo, it looks like it's boosted up my hit points. Oops. Looking at a hit points. Looking at a morale of like 3,200, where usually I'm at like 8. So do not give up hope. We shall yet stand this day. Looks like more coming over the wall. These are elites. So if I played with a group, or if I were, you know, in a guild or whatever, I'd probably really make it a point to learn their stats. What I basically, all I do is, here comes the Battle Lord. Shield slam that. I don't know if I stopped his healing buff, but we'll see. See if I can get the boot off in time. I don't think I did. But as it is, all I do basically is defense, heal, and damage output. Those are the basic 3 gambits I choose between. I think. I should get better, though, about what's the AoE ones, because when you get swarmed like this, it can help, too. Like, okay, that's good. Fist, shield, fist. Do I get a 4 on that? No. Now it's all about damage. There's nobody left, so... Huzzah, Trestlebridge is saved. I only hope you can forgive my behavior towards you. Think nothing of it. It was an honor to fight with you. I must leave now, though, and return to Estelden. My companions, though, shall remain behind in the event more trouble arises. I must have one final word with them, then leave. We've done well this day. I'm indebted to you as well for your aid, as I fear the battle would have turned against the Free Peoples had you not been here. I must leave now, and I hope it is not too much to ask of you to stay behind. I would ask that you ensure that Trestlebridge remains safe through the night, then return to me in Estelden. This was a great victory, my friend. A great victory indeed. And we will now...
Elrond has healed Frodo of his mortal wound, and now the time has come to decide the fate of the One Ring. I can see no other path than that which leads to Mount Doom. Who then shall defend Eriador against the shadow of Angmar?
So there you go. You get the little insight into what's going on with the main quest. And the main quest, of course, is they're about to have the Fellowship to decide what to do. So, again, really love that. But, you know, again, like I was saying, like I like that I'm not the main hero of the story. They're about to figure out what to do, and then the question's asked, like, who's going to defend Eriador?
What can I do for you?
All right, let's see what we got. We got a 13.8 DPS, still not quite as good. 58 armor, so even though we just updated those, we're going to update them again. The debt I owe you and the Rangers cannot be repaid easily, but I hope to make a start of it by answering Halberd's call to the council. Whatever strength the men of Trestlebridge can lend to Halberd's endeavor shall be his to command. Please, go tell Halberad that I will come to this Estelden as soon as I settle matters here. I'm still responsible for the people first, my people first. But I see now that the free peoples of the North Downs must stand together if we are to remain free. Thank you, my friend. So there we go. So the next part of this quest, of course, is head back to Estelden. Okay, so we're headed back, I think, to Estelden, Volume 3, yeah, and back to Estelden. I'm curious if I spend the mithril coin, does that become fast travel?
How can I be of service?
I know I could have spent the mithril coin just to instantly teleport back with the quest log, but I was just kind of curious how this worked. And it sort of makes you wonder, like, why spend a mithril coin? At this point, like, you should be just swimming in silver, so at a minimum. Not sure how much I have. Honestly, I'm not even sure where to look. All right, let's see. We got some Lotro points. Again, if you just complete stuff, I probably completed a deed killing orc in this area, so you get 5 Lotro points. You know, I was reading some video. I was watching some video like, you know, is Lotro still any good? Lotro in 2024, et cetera, and they're like, yeah, you know, but you have to, you know, if you're playing, you know, free to play, you want to get the riding skill as soon as you can, because obviously it speeds up gameplay, but you can't get it unless you spend 5 Lotro points, which means, uh-oh, it's not free. And I'm sitting there going like, yeah, but I feel like 5 points, I think it's just basically like it's the cost of doing one deed. And I think it's sort of an incentive to just show you that you can get certain things just by playing the game. I don't know how much you need to spend to get like quest packs and stuff like that, but I could see like needing to grind deeds or whatever for that, but I'm not sure. So What's the deed we've got? We've got, so a deed, so speaking of deeds, so these are some of the things you can do to get, like, Lotro points. You can defeat wargs, you can defeat orcs advanced. So usually it's like kill X number, and then the advanced is kill double that X number. So it might have been 40. So then to get the advanced, you got to kill like 80. And get stuff just for exploring, which we really haven't been good about. But I used to love collecting these. You know, just finding places on the map and going, and it's checking a box, but yeah, I liked it. And usually there's a mix in every area. You do a little exploration, you do a lot of killing. Gondor we haven't been to. We're only really in Eriador. But then you can go Breeland, you know, you can see all these that you can do, and all these will give you Lotro points. They also give you other bonuses. There used to be ones, like if you knew the kind of character you wanted to build, and you knew what stats were important, you could... like here, so killing Spider Slayer, I got most of it. You know, here it was killing 30, so then if you want to do advanced, you'd kill 60. Usually if you do the advanced, let me see if I've actually completed any. You get, this isn't showing much, but sometimes you would get, I think, like, you used to get, I think, bonus stat bonuses, I mean. And so you could sort of target the ones like, okay, as a frontline tank fighter, I need survivability. So because I need survivability, I need might or whatever. You know, you start putting that together. I wonder if they don't do that anymore. Getting virtue experience, which I don't know what that does. Marks, which... Skirmish camps. I don't bother with the skirmishes. Reputation unlocks certain things you can buy and stuff like that. I don't care about that. The main thing is if I were trying to play this for free, I'd be trying to rack up Lotro points. So you can see just, you know, here in Bree, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. 65, 75, 80, 90, 95. So you're looking at 95 there. And then there's advanced forms of a lot of the hunting quests. So you get another 10 points. So you can see, like, you might get a couple hundred Lotro points for banging out the deeds in an area. Then there's, you know, like, class race epic. So if you're doing certain things, again, here's like block attack. So if you do this enough times, like you can see, it's like 750 times. So it's not insignificant, but it sort of gives you an idea that, like, you know, you can strike with Warcry. You know, if you just sort of make yourself do this, it actually goes pretty quickly. Instances I haven't done. Skirmish hobbies I haven't done. The war. I don't know if that's the PvP stuff that's supposed to be... I don't know if it's supposed to be any good. I don't... It's called Monster Play. And you can literally take on the role of like an orc or a goblin or something like that and do quests. Let's see, titles. I've got Hero of the North Downs because I've done whatever I needed to do to accomplish that. Probably complete a number of quests. I don't know if I have one that's active. Watcher of the Roads. That's always a nice one, I guess. So yeah, it says deed completed. Orc Slayer, which then gives me Hero of the North Downs. Okay. So that's how that all came together. So yeah, let's talk to Halbarad. We're up to Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 3. Still Volume 1. It's a lot to remember, but yeah. Volume 1, Book 3, Chapter 6, Part 3.
How can I be of service?
It's good to see you again. My thanks for your help in the battle. Without you and your companions... Oh, wah, wah, wah. I would surely have fallen, as would Trestlebridge. It's also good to know that Nellie Boskins will come to the council. She is a fine and strong woman, and I will welcome her and her people's presence in the conflict ahead.
Would you do something for me?
Book 3, Chapter 7, The Council Assembled. Let's see. While I await the arrival of those coming to council, I must ask one final task of you. My chieftain, Aragorn. I don't know if you ever heard of this guy. It's just a friend of mine. You know, just we're friends. We go back. I don't know if you ever heard of him, though. His name is, maybe you heard of him. His name is Aragorn. I would also seek his counsel, as the position I find myself in is an unusual one. Aragorn has always been the one to lead, to organize, and inspire. Is that actually true? I mean, again, you know, most of my recollection is from the movies at this point, not the books. But in the movies, he was always very, very hesitant. He wanted to stay in the background. He did not want to until he had to. If only the matter he was seeing to was not much greater importance, then he would be here. This cannot be helped. By now, Aragorn should have arrived at the refuge of Rivendell. It is a hard ride that awaits you, but word must be taken to Aragorn of these matters. Look for him in one of the guest rooms at Elrond. Oh, they are sending us to Rivendell. Nice. And, you know, and that's another thing, of course, not just completing the book quests to sort of hit the appropriate level as you proceed through the world, but it also sends you to the locations and helps you see everything. Now, I'm just going to check in with the warden trainer because I genuinely believe that there may be no point to this anymore.
What do you need?
Or is it just... So, as you can see here, maybe eventually, like, you will train these skills. Like, these are the ones you pay for. Looks like a lot of it happens at 39. At 75, you get mounted... Oh, mounted sucks. Just sucks. Travel skills. Muster and Estelden. Can I not do that? Level 32. What am I? I was about to say, yeah, I thought there were a bunch of musters where you can... You know, for free, you get skills that let you jump around the world. And I thought I was supposed to get one for being from Bree. I don't see that anymore. The Way of the Spear. Yeah, I don't... Not sure what's going on, but I can't... check off any of those boxes, even ones that I feel like I should be able to. But what I could do is, I think, browse the shop. So you can get some, you know, crafting things for specific, class-specific weapons, damage types, but I don't care. Because you really don't need any of that. But I do need to unload some stuff because I was pretty close. Again, if I knew the game better, I probably could either sell these to... Ooh. Okay, so I need to equip these gloves. I could probably sell some of this stuff on, like, the open market, so to speak. 14.2. I guess I haven't been paying attention. Because there's people out there that might want these without having to farm, so... Okay, I probably want to slap that on as well. Okay, so let's really quickly check our equipment. But as you can see, like, when I was saying like 15 silver, you know, I have 8 gold. I think it says like 8,000 silver. So it's just like, you know, I'm just swimming in money, so it shouldn't matter too much. All right, so let's change this out for the spear. Let's change this out. And then I had some gloves, I believe. Let me see if I can find those. No. What I need to do is well, I can't tell if the UI scaling actually impacts this kind of stuff or if it's just the rest of the stuff on screen. Oh, and we had another user mention, and I feel badly because I'm not going to remember the name. I don't have it in front of me, but another person mentioned how you can use command lines to save layouts. So that's, again, a really handy thing that would have saved me a lot of time, and so it's good to know. So, yeah, so check the comments of the first Lord of the Rings Let's Play on the YouTube channel, and I believe a couple people mentioned it there. Oh, there are the gloves. Bag 6. Okay, so I'm going to do one last quick browse the shop to sell. I feel like there should be a cape for sale, but whatever. Okay. Now we're going to be on our way to Rivendell. So this raises the question. Let's see what traveling options we have to get to certain places. I mean, we could just hoof it the whole way, but that might be a little boring. We can get to West Bree. That's a good start. We don't want to go to Angmar. We can't go to... Okay, so you could use... This is one reason why you could use a mithril coin. So technically speaking, we could skip the fact that we haven't checked it off yet by paying the mithril coin. We could also pay the mithril coin here to just instantly teleport. That seems... I don't know. Somehow that seems crappy. It's all arbitrary, but it seems crappy somehow. Anyway, you know, as thinking back to, you know, like, again, the things I was saying at the beginning, you know, I want to, I completely and always have appreciated how lucky I am to do the things I do, have the things I have, you know, spend the time with the people that I spend the time with. Very, 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 like, I know a lot of people will sometimes say this, but I feel like one of the luckiest people in the world. But there are reminders when you start to have big events coming up, like, you know, sending your first off to college, where you start to realize, like, it is potentially very precarious, and man, life is tough. So imagine... I try and imagine, like, for people that don't feel like the luckiest person in the world, just how tough life must feel, and I try and sympathize, empathize, less, you know, because, man, it can be brutal. Anyway, I'll stop dwelling on that. One of the interesting things, you know, Matt and I were talking about this, I think, off mic. We both have things, you know, coming up that it'd be nice to save up some money for. And, you know, for Matt, it's his BBL, but for me, it's sending my kit. No, that's not true, obviously. But we've both sort of amassed collections of RPGs. Mine, like, my shelves are slightly buckling under the weight of it. But, we might have to be content to play the games that we currently have for a while. And luckily, you know, Matt has done the math for that on stream, and I think we have about 11 years worth of something crazy like that material, so might be time. I've said it before, I'm kind of curious to see how this spy game comes together that I've sort of cobbled together. I'm trying to keep the basics simple so there's not too much to trip things up. But I'm starting to wonder, like, oh, maybe I need to put a little bit more thought into the adventure. I sort of had, like, the starting point of the adventure, and I'm like, yeah, and then we can just see what happens, but I'm thinking again, like, maybe I need more just in case, like, you know, the PPTA does not spill forth. So maybe I'll have to build out some stuff just to have it at the ready, or to sort of a clearer picture of what's going on in the background as the players do their things. I feel like there's one or two things I'm trying to figure out. I probably said this before, like, sort of the best sanity system, if for lack of a better word, I've seen in an RPG is Delta Green. Now, they apply it to people fighting, like, cosmic horror kind of stuff, but it's really good at just being like a standard espionage kind of sanity. It's the idea, like, if you were to sort of fine-tune it, you take psychological impact, and then you can ruin personal relationships in order to stave off that psychological impact a little bit further, which feels like the classic kind of Cold War spy. You know, it costs them their marriages, it costs them girlfriends, they all end up alcoholics and alone. And so now Delta Green, when I googled it online, like, they don't expressly state, like, OpenGL, you know, 2.0 whatever, blah blah blah. But they also sort of state, like, you don't really need OGLs for certain things because, you know, you can't copyright mechanics. And so, and I know some people have used, and anyway, the point of this is like, I wish there was, I'd like to take some of what Mithras gives you and sort of bend it a little bit in the direction of what Delta Green does, but I don't want to steal anything from anybody. You know, I'd love for this to be able to stand legitimately on its own if it's at all good. Okay, so from here we've got a couple of choices. You know, because again, I always forget Trestlebridge is just north of the Shire, basically. So we're going to cut south into the Shire and then cut east over to Bree. Again, now I thought as a man, god damn it, as a man of Bree, I thought I was supposed to get a thing that lets me automatically teleport to Bree, and I just can't find it. It'd be under skills somewhere. Assume it'd be passive. Yeah, I'm up to 4 icon gambits. That's good. At some point, I guess I'll get 5. Can use the shit out of a bassoon. That's not what I'm after here. Oh, that I didn't. Use of fire enables hunters and wardens. Okay, I did not know about that one. That's a passive skill, so it's not like it's something I actually have to do. Maybe my mistake is that it's an active skill, because you actually got to click on it. Mysterious celebration pig. Brings out a wise and friendly pig. Definitely on party business, baby. I'm not sure exactly what that means. It's like party up front, you know, Liquor in the Rear t-shirts, but the pig version of it. Oh, milestone sales. Return to Estelden, so I've gotten that one. Muster and Osgaruth. Return to Estelden. Okay. That's because yeah, so the muster is Osgaruth, and that's where I've set my home base. Okay. Maybe I'll Google it at some point. So yeah, again, here we are. We're probably... I shouldn't say we're coming into the Shire. It's the road just west of Bree that connects to the road that takes you to the Shire, I think. Yeah, I'm sure this road has a name. I couldn't tell you what it is. But again, you can see, like, even though the landscape is mostly the same, right? It's still pretty rolling green. You know, Estelden is more... the North Downs has Trestlebridge, which is now a burnt-out husk of a town. It's more ruins, way more of an orc presence. Fornos is completely savaged. So you can see, like, you've hit the edge, and nature has started to pay that price. This still feels, like, really safe in a way. Cozy, almost. Let's see where we can go from here. Okay, so we got a couple options here. We can go to the Shire, obviously. Forest Shell is an area that's near, like, a level 50. Oh, no. Forest Shell might be way up north. Evendim is often called Everswim. It's where, Evendim's up here. Forest Shell is way to the north. That's often sometimes where I finished my level 50 run. It can be Angmar, it can be Forest Shell. Evendim is where Anuminas... is that an N? It is. Anuminas is. And I started... It didn't get off the ground yet, but I've started running... Oh, they added boats to get across the lake. You used to swim the lake. That's why it was called Everswim instead of Evendim, because you'd want to go from here to here, and you're just like, screw it, I'm just going to swim and then swim. But I started doing a little bit of Googling about Anuminas because I'm hopefully it'll still happen, running the One Ring 2nd edition for some people over in the Alcoholic Adventures Cabal. And I was sort of taking the starting adventure in the rulebook and thinking how I could flesh it out. And Anuminas sort of came up when I was thinking about doing that, so... Anyway. Let's pick a place to go. We could swift travel to the other side of town for how much? 80 copper. Okay, that's not bad. Bucklin, Adso's camp. I feel like those are all going the wrong way. They're heading east toward the Shire. We don't want to do that. We want to head west. But interestingly enough, I'm not seeing how to get to... you probably have to get to the other side of Bree. I was going to say, I'm not seeing how to get to, say, like, the inn or Osgaruth, which we could have, I guess, fast traveled to. Part of the reason why I'm doing this is, one, because again, it's supposed to be a chill experience, and this is part of the chill for me, but two, because I'm kind of curious.
What can I do for you?
Oh, weird. You can go to Minas Tirith after battle. I assume this is like late game stuff, but that we're not ready for. Usually I feel like they give you something that will like boost your character up to like the level 120. We can go to the homesteads if we owned a house, which we don't at the moment. We can head to Combe. Gundabad, King's Gondor. I'm looking basically Mordor. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I was just looking for the Lone Lands. Just trying to see how close we can get to Rivendell before we have to sort of take over the driving ourselves. Like, I'm sure, like, if I pay, like, a mithril coin, I could just fast travel to Rivendell from here. I might do that just so I don't, if it's not if it's regular travel, I might do that just so I don't have to,
Greetings.
I'm not going to swift travel, but this way I don't, oh, look at that. This way I don't have to, steer the ship so much. There's a YouTube channel I'll try and remember. Actually, maybe I should jot this down. YouTube channel I check out, Obsidian Ant, I think. And he covers a lot of like sci-fi space sim stuff from what the stuff I see on his channel. I'm sure he does other stuff, but the stuff I gravitate toward is his coverage of that kind of stuff. And he's where I get a lot of my news about Elite Dangerous, which I was talking about earlier. And he mentioned there were some sort of changes, sort of basically buying ships the way you can buy ships in Star Citizen and other games where people have complained about that. They're bringing that to Elite Dangerous, and so part of the chatter around it was that, like, and it's not just him, I've heard this chatter on multiple YouTube channels, how, like, Elite Dangerous is not getting the mentions from the developer company anymore. It's entering these phases which feel like just seeking to get just in-game purchases going heavy, and like, what does that mean for the game itself? And there's a lot of pessimism, which is disappointing, because again, like, it's one of those things where, like, one of these days I'm going to get to it. Like, I've had the last, 10 years, whatever, to actually do it. I've got my flight stick and throttle staring at me up there on the shelf. Here's part of why I wanted to take the slow road, because we haven't been to the Troll Shaws yet. And so I wanted to sort of show those off a little bit. Oop. Can I get off? Dismount. I'm going to get off here just because I want to unlock this Stable Master.
Hail, friend, and well met.
I don't know if this was always here. But yeah, so we're here in the Troll Shaws. You can see it's a pretty big area. There used to be a real, you can see Stable Masters all over the place. I don't know. I don't remember what was where. I think this might be Rivendell. Maybe? Maybe not. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, there it is. I was covering it up. But yeah, you can see a region. I think this is one of the areas before you get to... this is a high-level area before you get to... Moria, I think? It's hard to say. I wonder if the Bjornings actually start way up there. I'm always sort of curious, like, how do they all sort of bring the narratives together to follow the book quest, because they all can start at various different places. Rivendell, man, look at the scope of this game. It's crazy. And now I think you can... Oh, Umbar is, yeah, that's the new expansion. It's really nuts. Gondor, yeah.
Swillide Melon.
And it's a beautiful area, sort of this autumnal foliage. You can see the purple enemies. I think means that we are like way out of our level range. That's one of the reasons to take the auto travel, because I don't think you get attacked when you're doing the fast travel stuff. There's a lot of stutter in this area. This area used to flat out crash. It's been a long time. These circles of stone you see to the right, that's where you respawn should you die. But yeah, this area, there was a real problem with it for a little while. And I don't know if it was solved when they finally switched to the 64-bit launcher. I don't recall the specifics of the tech problem, but I do remember, I thought it was like a memory leak or something like that. And you just couldn't quest here at all. I remember what I did, and again, I might be misremembering the exact details, but I thought what I did was I just basically made it to Rivendell so I could swift travel. But basically, beyond that, I just didn't spend any time here, which is a shame because, you know, there's a lot of cool stuff. And so I didn't really get to know this area pretty well for a while. It was just a place I just skipped a lot of the time, and I would just find these, you know, the early level 30s somewhere else. But that's also, of course, when I wasn't just following the book quests. Okay, you're seeing, so yeah, the stuff around here is level 35. So 8 levels above. I think it's not possible to attack them. Like, I don't think you'll be able to hit. So there's no point. They'll destroy you, but you basically can't touch them. Looking at their hit points, like, that guy's got like 879. Like, it's not that I couldn't do it. It's just it wouldn't let me hit. Again, the music. You know, and I've said this before, I wish, you know, this game was supposed to have like some kind of technical update that's been canceled. And a lot of people are like, oh no, what does that mean? And it's a real shame, like genuinely a real shame, because I don't even want them to like update the graphics and make it prettier. I want it to be exactly what this is. Oh, here's where, at least in the movies, the river took away the Nazgul. I mean, something similar happened in the books too, I know, but anyway, because I wish they could get just one pass at polish, you know, get it so they can handle 4K resolutions, scale the UI as needed. I don't know how it handles like ultra widescreen support. If that's needed, do that. I have an ultra widescreen, but I don't use that capability for gaming very much. That's more of a work thing. For gaming, I almost never do, because if I'm putting it up on the channel, well, what do I know? Maybe somebody wants to see maybe an ultra widescreen, you know, maybe it could be interesting. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know if people, I don't know, nobody's gonna respond to this, but if, you know, would people want to see like an ultra widescreen recording? I mean, we watch like, you know, ultra widescreen movies on our television, so it'd be sort of like that with huge black bars on the top and bottom. But yeah, I just don't bother doing it very much. I stick to a 16:9 ratio. But yeah, just to get that for the 4K scalability, and then maybe take a pass at the two things I would look at is that stutter. See if there's a way to smooth that out. Maybe there's some inefficiency somewhere that could be addressed now that time and horsepower have passed. I don't know. And then I also would push out the level of detail, if that makes sense, because you can see a lot of pop-in, which back in the day probably made more sense than it does now. If you can handle the stuttering, and then I think you'd have enough headroom on the performance with even lower end typical systems of today to maybe offer up a pushed out level of detail. And that's it. You know, I don't need it to look any differently or quote unquote better than it does right now. I would be just thrilled if they could do that. And it's not even like, you know, it doesn't impact me too much. Oh, here we go. Coming in. I know I showed off Rivendell before, but maybe never actually coming into the area. The gates of Imladris. Hard to explain sort of the first time you hit these areas, what that's like. It's been a decade and a half or whatever plus since my first time coming into Rivendell. But I can tell you that you know to look forward to it, but when you hit it, you're still like, wow. When that soundtrack kicks in, it changes. Okay, so we got 2 stables. It's kind of interesting. I wonder why. Letting you know like you've officially entered.
Hail, friend, and well met.
Oh, this goes to later areas. Okay. Okay, so now we need to find Aragorn. Aragorn is usually in one of the houses. Thought he was in one of the houses up the... There he is, across... Yeah, where we came in. The sounds of the stream feel a little amped up. It's peaceful. It's beautiful. It's like it feels like this haven tucked away in this stunning valley. I think you could argue it's one of the first times in game well, I'll say first times I felt in game, like, for lack of a better word, like safe, if that makes sense. Like, you know, you as, you know, a man of all the starting areas, you know, you're under attack, there's stuff like that going on. Even in Bree, you don't have to go too far to start seeing the effects of war, right? And here, I mean, we're right outside of the Trollshaw, so it's not like we're that far from danger, but it just feels protected. All right, a little name dropping. Legolas, Gimli. But we need to talk to Aragorn. Outside, the world is getting dark, but Rivendell remains a beacon against the shadow.
I thank you for this news.
Oh, that I could be there to aid in those matters, but it would seem my fate lies to the south and not the north. I will compose a message for Halbarad and ask Master Elrond if one of his elves could carry it to Estelden. You have done enough, and you have my thanks. For now, take what ease you can here in Rivendell. Probably gonna take the boots. I'll take the boots.
Greetings.
Okay. So I'm looking at this. This is a, I'm a little nervous. I'm going to accept this quest, but it's not the next book quest. So I skipped reading it. Hemeldir is at the forges of Rivendell in the northwest corner of the Vale. Aragorn has decided that the time has come to reforge Narsil, one of the heirlooms of his line, and the blade that broke the power of Sauron in the final battle of the Last Alliance. So obviously that's a big moment in this setting. I thought it came later. The trick is, though, I don't know how to get to the next book. So I'll talk to him because it's a red quest. It'll be easy XP, but I just don't know. Just not sure how to get to the next book. You know, because Aragorn didn't say, hey, take word back to the ranger camp. He said he'll have Elrond do it. So it sort of leaves me without the obvious next step, which has happened a couple of times. This run, as you've seen, but also in the past, where I'm like, I feel like I missed the connecting flight to the next book quest. I'm in the wrong spot. There's beautiful textures for the architecture.
Maid of honor.
Narsil is to be reforged? My heart would be filled with joy at this news, friend, for Aragorn and for all of Middle-earth, if it were possible. The shards were kept a while in Imladris for safekeeping. And I often is that this place? Is that their name for it? And I often gazed upon them. It is with sadness that I must tell you that reforging the sword may not be possible. Its history is known to me, long and storied as it is, but I will tell you only the portion that causes me to grieve. Of old, elves of the house of Feanor crafted numerous wonders. Feanor? I'm not sure. items of great power and beauty. Among these were the Silithair, adamants possessed of the light of the stars. The dwarf smith Telchar used one of these stones in the creation of Narsil. And the Silithar, it was that caused the blade to glow with silver light when wielded in battle. Okay. All of the Silithar were lost during the long centuries since the forging of Narsil. Without such a stone to use in the reforging, the sword will never achieve the greatness it once had. I am sorry. Bring this news to Aragorn with my sorrow. So I don't know if this is part of the bridge to get me to the next request. That's sort of why I was just taking a stab at it. This is the track that I was referring to, that you hear it and you know, yeah, now I'm in Rivendell.
Greetings.
You've returned from speaking with Hemeldir. What did he have to say about the reforging of Narsil? Ah, I see. Hemeldir is a fine smith, but he shares the dour outlook of his people. If he needs a Silithar to reforge the sword of Elendil, we will find him a Silithar.
Greetings.
When I was very young, my father, Arathorn, was slain by orcs, and my mother brought me to stay here at Rivendell. I was called Estelle by my mother, Gilrain, who plays a big part in my solo adventure of the One Ring, and by all those who dwelt in the Vale, and I rode far afield seeking adventure with the sons of Elrond. I consider him my father as much as did Eladan and Elrohir. At the age of 20, Lord Elrond took me aside and told me of my true name and my heritage, that I descended in unbroken line from Elendil of old. He gave to me the ring of Barahir and the shards of Narsil. But he withheld the scepter of Anuminas, saying I had yet to earn it. He withheld too another treasure, but I will not speak of that. Soon afterward I went in search of a Silithar with which Nasriel might be reforged. Yes, I knew then of the ancient Silithar and the need of one. But I was young and I did not pass the test that was set before me. The time has not come for Narsil's remaking. I have a message from Master Elrond. Bring it to him faithfully and return with his words, and I will better know how to proceed. Here is my message. I know now what Gwyndeth sought of me in the watery darkness, and I am prepared to give it. Elendil was a wiser man than I. I await your return, Black Lodge. All right, I think, yeah, so we've hit the various stable masters. I wonder if this one's new, like just to help you get around Rivendell a little faster. I don't recall this, because you can go to the stables, so it's just to help you skip riding across town if you want. I just don't recall that from my early time here in Rivendell. I think... Oh, I was about to say, I thought it was upstairs, but maybe it's here. I think I'm looking for his library. Okay, so I can't go in there without a quest. Elrond's library. So you can see it's like beautifully ornate architecture. It you know, feels so evocative of what you'd expect an elvish stronghold to be. Now, is he up here or is he down below? So I'm gonna...
Hope is not in vain.
Aragorn has traveled many roads since his early failure in the tomb of his great ancestor. What would Gwyndeth make of him now, I wonder? You look puzzled, young one. Do not despair. I will explain my words to you and give counsel to him whom I once called Estelle.
A strange fate brings you hither.
The city of his fathers. Aragorn came to us when he was only 2 years of age, his father Arathorn having been slain by the arrows of the orcs. Gilrain feared for her child's safety and brought him to Imladris. Seeking to keep the fact of his birth from the eyes of the enemy. I bid Gilrain keep his true name and lineage secret, and she called him instead Estelle, or Hope. When he reached 20 years of age, I saw that he had come early to manhood, and I gave to him knowledge of his lineage and the name his father had given him, Aragorn. A strong name, full of hope he was on that day, but he soon would be laid low with a love far above his station, for walking in the woods near sunset of the next day he encountered Arwen, my daughter, and was stricken with love for her. I do not know why he went to Numinas, but I always believed he made the journey to prove to himself that he was worthy of loving such a maid. He went to that ancient city, long deserted, in the company of my sons, and with Calenglad, a ranger that came at times to Imladris. Calenglad did not return from Aragorn's journey to the city of his fathers, and when next I saw Aragorn, the experience had left its mark upon him. Return to Aragorn and tell him that I agree the time has come for Nasriel to be reforged, and I will give to it a new name, Anduril, Flame of the West. We will have need of its light before the end. Okay, new quest, City of the Father. So he has another quest. The Further Adventures of Eladan and Elrohir, Chapter 1. I have no idea what that is. I don't have any intentions to do it because it's not a book quest, but I just want to see what this is.
Once more.
So it's a solo adventure. It's level 27. It looks like you get tokens of further adventure. So it's a way to grind out some in-game form of currency. The further adventure begins on October 3018 before Book 4, Chapter 1. Where is the horse and the rider? Be aware that you may find yourself traveling through more dangerous areas of Middle Earth throughout this adventure. Book 4, Chapter 1. Did we do Book 3? Trying to remember. Was that the one we were doing? Book 3? Was that, Because if that is, then this might be the time we're supposed to be sort of doing this. So Volume 1, Book 3, Lotro. Just gonna look it up really quickly. Volume 1, Book 3 quests. Okay, yeah, this is when it is. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out, let me see if there's a way to figure out Volume 1, Book 4. Let me just quickly see how you do that. It says talk to Elrond, which we've sort of done unofficially. Now I'm wondering if this is another one of those level things. Maybe we're not quite there yet. Talk to Elladan outside of Elrond's library. Then we also have to talk to Aragorn. So you can see he's got sort of a different icon over his. I don't know what that... I've never seen that icon before. Hail, Black Lodge. Oro here has gone ahead to search for Brunin, but he wished to pass on his greetings as well. We're to travel south to Eregion, then through the Redhorn Pass to Lothlorien. Make any preparations you may require. We have a long trek ahead. So this is like crazy. That's going to take you... Huh. Twist, sacrificial. At low health, monsters in this mission will attempt to end their own lives to damage and apply a fear effect to those nearby. Let me go talk to Aragorn really quickly. I'm really curious what that is, but yeah, that's taking you, like, Eregion is like a level 50 plus area. Getting to Lothlorien means going through Moria, which again, we're not there. So I'm not quite sure what that's getting at. Because it's a level 27 quest, so I can't tell if it's just level 27 because that's the level we're at now, or if it's genuinely meant to be done right now.
Greetings.
I'm glad that Master Elrond agrees with my decision, for his counsel is dear to my heart. So it's sort of weird, right? Like, Elrond is his father figure, and then he falls in love with Arwen, Elrond's daughter, but I guess there's no, like... They would have grown up together as brother and sister, wouldn't they? Am I missing something? Is this the Pornhub stepsister of Middle-earth set up for all this? It is true that I journeyed in my youth to Annúminas, the city of my fathers. Even then, it had stood empty for long years, but it was once the shining jewel of my people, and I desired to see it with my own eyes. I thought, too, that if I recovered the Silithar that lay within Annúminas, the only one of the stones to remain in this bend of the world, I might reforge Nasriel and prove myself worthy of the fate to which I was born. Eladan and Elrohir accompanied me on my journey to Evendim, and my kinsman Calenglad also, and he had sworn an oath to my father and renewed it in my name before we departed. Much of the city had already been reclaimed by the waters of Lake Nenuil when we arrived, and I despaired of finding the Silithar within the flooded tomb where it lay. But lo! The maiden Gwyndeth appeared before us and charged me with a task to prove my worthiness of receiving the Silithar. My youthfulness betrayed me. Though I had the form of a man, I had not the wisdom or experience, and Gwyndeth found me wanting. The Silithar was not to be mine that day. When I stood before the flooded passages of Elendil's empty tomb on the outskirts of Annúminas, I believed it right that Nasriel be reforged. I could not understand why Gwyndeth refused me access to the Silithar. Now I believe I understand.
Greetings.
Long years have passed, and I have not seen Calenglad since that day. He did not return with me. He had become enamored with Gwyndeth and Lake Nenuil, and chose to remain behind. I offered to free him from his oath to me, but he refused, saying, "You are my lord and have power over me, but I ask that you allow me to remain here. I will keep watch over the city and safeguard the lake until such a time as you return. In this way, I will uphold my oath." Calenglad had remained at Tinudir ever since. I would rejoice to speak with him again, but preparations are underway for a journey of great danger and importance, more important than even the reforging of Nasriel, and I cannot journey to Annúminas. But you, my friend, you can bring to Calenglad my words and tell him that we now have true need of the Silithar, where once we did not. Bring this letter to Calenglad, Black Lodge, and remember that you act in my stead. You are my agent in Tinudir, an island on the eastern shore of Lake Nenuil in Evendim, and we speak with one voice. Always remember that respect cannot be bought, but must be earned. Do not undervalue it, and we shall yet see Andúril forged from the shards of Nasriel. Reward. Steak and kidney pies, baby. Save Middle-earth. Get a meat pie. Let's see. Bring Aragorn's letter to Calenglad. Okay, nice. So we got a couple things going on. I might... let me go... I'm very curious about this further adventures. I mean, we can always bail on it, but I'm just very curious. I've never... I say never. I mean, my memory is a perpetually running toilet. Like, it could very well have just washed away, with the rest of half my life. So yeah, let's go see what this is, and but it can't be something from the original game, obviously, because the areas they're referring to were not in the original game. So that's why I'm just not sure what they're talking about. See Bilbo's room. this point in the stories, he's taken residence here before he travels to the lands of the West. Oh no, gotta go up one more floor. Not that that matters, but when you're in a location, like as I've said before, like when the world turns evil, you can see it in the presentation. When you approach certain totems and things like that, you know, your morale gets an automatic hit. Certain effects take place. The same is true when you're in powerfully good places. We have Gift of the Hornburg. Nope, that's not it. You know what? I take that back. I thought there were bonuses for being in places like this, but maybe not. Let's see what happens. The further adventures of Eladan and Elro here. So this seems like it's going to be an instance. Other scouts already told me about the insects swarming the Bruinen, but never ever seen such an infestation before. Elro here and I agreed to see how many we could each defeat before meeting downstream. Since he's already gotten a head start, perhaps we could work together. Surely that does not count as cheating. I feel like I have done this before, I just do not recall. The whole thing, this suddenly seems familiar. So maybe what they're saying is, ooh, horses. Are these the Nazguls? Because again, I think we're in the part of the near the ford where Arwen, at least in the movies, called upon the waters to carry away the Nazgul. So maybe the warnings they were giving us weren't specifically for this mission. Maybe it's just this adventure path is going to take you to some dangerous areas. Yeah, you can see this sort of looks like... These don't look like normal horses. These look like the horses the Black Riders. Seems the swarm found the Black Riders' mounts. I count only 3 steeds, however. The river may have carried the rest further. Go find Elro here in the fens and see if he requires aid. I shall stay behind to make sure the riders did not escape into the woods. Oh, and let him know how many insects we defeated. I'm sure he was no match for us. So I'm putting bleeds on them quickly and hoping that sort of finishes them off without me having to continue the fight. So here's Elra here. Let's clear this place of vermin. Okay, they're getting harder and harder. Used to be doing like 200 morale, now we're dealing with 700. This is the last of them. How has your search fared? So you can see more of these so we had 3, there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it looks like all 9 have been accounted for. Eladan convinced you to help him with our little competition, didn't he? I kept track at first, but Elro here gestures to the nearby horse corpses with a sigh. What I found, or rather, what I didn't find, troubled me. 3 horses upstream, 5 here. Oh, okay, so there's only 8. That makes 8 of the 9 mounts accounted for. I scoured every part of the woods for the riders, but to no avail. If any of them linger in the troll shaws, they have made themselves scarce. Hold on. What's that in the water? Is that a cloak? The black cloak is tattered and marred by long slashes. Elro here, Black Lodge. I can find nothing of note. I hope your search fared better. We found this black cloak, but nothing more. Then I suppose that must be the only trace left of the riders themselves. My hope is that they have fled back to their master, though that is mere speculation. The answers escape us, for now. There we go. Oh, nope, let's not do that. Mission reward. Okay, tokens of further adventure. Again, I'm not going to worry too much about that, but there's nothing more that we can do. Let's keep moving. So yes, you just saw from the cutscene there, the 3 petrified trolls. You can find that here in the Troll Shaws. It is here. Let's see. I have faith that the waters of Bruinen dealt the riders a devastating blow. However, the less certain we are of the riders' fates, the more worried my heart grows. Tracking the movements of the enemy is of the utmost importance for our errand. After everything that's happened, I find our lack of information unsettling. Okay, our many questions have been answered. Our many questions may be answered soon. I spied one of the great eagles flying southeast. Perhaps they bear fresh news. We shall set out for Region once you are ready. This is a repeatable quest that you have never completed. Yeah, let's just see what happens. Because this, again, I do not recall this. Some monsters in this mission will attempt a crushing attack, wounding and stunning anyone hit. Okay. But if they're taking us all the way to a region, again, this is not a level 27 area. This is, for real. This is like a level 50 area. Black Lodge. I'm certain the eagle noticed our presence and flew here, but I don't see him. Do you? Let's take a look around. Why would the eagle ignore us? Could I have been mistaken about his location? Right up ahead, is that a dead boar? Oof. Take a look at the footprints. Whatever killed these boars was an even match in size for our friend. Elro here holds up a feather that is certainly too large to belong to any normal bird. It seems I wasn't wrong about his location after all. He must have left the area once he realized he had intruded on something's territory. Of course, I doubt that creature, whatever it is, was an even match in power. After all, the eagles are more than capable folk. But this creature may be dangerous to anyone traveling through this area, and that does not bode well for our errand. Let's track it down. I wonder if this is like a... I'm using terms probably interchangeably. I'm wondering if this is like a Nazgul. Is that the creatures that the... or is that the actual Black Riders? Oh yeah, you can see it up ahead. Okay. Okay, so saying the drakes didn't match up with the footprint, so something's still... Whoa. I think I got the interrupt there and from the shield slam. So I can't tell if this is an instance and that's keeping all of the actual higher level enemies off. Drake Matron. Alright, here we go. Gonna focus a little bit on healing just because, okay, now I'm... Ooh. Well fought. So it looks like it was a Drake Matron that we've been tracking. The Drake Matron commanded a most fearsome brood. It'll be safer here now, though I fear that will change. We ought to head back to Pembar. Eladan must be wondering where we are. Okay. Oh. Why here, Windlord? Greetings. You have my thanks for defeating the Drakes. I had no desire to involve myself with them, seeing as how they do not threaten me or my kin. But they did not care for my presence. At least I may now deliver my message more easily. We have not discovered any sign of the Black Riders, nor any of their tidings, nor any other tidings of the enemy's servants. However, wolves gather along the banks of the Anduin in great numbers. What this indicates, I cannot say I know. If even your people haven't seen the riders, then they must have disappeared from the north. They might also be fooling us, I'm not convinced. Though I wonder why the wolves near the Anduin have grown bolder. Thank you, Gwaihir. Your efforts are much appreciated. Then I shall take my leave. Good fortune on your travels. All right. Completed chapter 2. We should rest here and gather our strength before continuing. Okay, little pop-up. You've entered... It says dangerous places. You've entered a part of the world with challenges and threats of much higher level than your own. While you are in this area, you may attract the attention of monsters from further away than normal. You can tell when you have entered such an area when the name of the area below your mini-map turns red. Oh, it is super red. You can see it up here at Chad Erigian. So I think the instance is over. So now we'll go out there and we get our ass kicked. Harvesting speed will decrease and crafting items will increase. Crafting times will increase when in a dangerous area, so it makes everything harder. So I guess if we wanted to, let me just see. So we could continue with the further adventures. Black Lodge, I'm sorry I did not thank you earlier. Okay. When the two of you left, I found myself pacing around out of nervousness. Perhaps it's the gravity of the errand we've been entrusted with. Or does my worry stem from everything else that's happening? The forces at play have long since been set in motions. There is much we don't have control over, but I tell myself we are doing what we can. I have to believe that. So again, it's letting me continue this quest line. It's best not to tarry here any longer. The Redhorn Pass can be treacherous during the warmest of months. Be on the lookout for orcs most of all. Oh, I see they're going to set up another instance. Okay. Whoa, where are we? Region is in... Okay, so we're... The Redhorn Pass is here. Neither Elrohir nor I enjoy the idea of taking the pass, but I confess that the orcs are not the sole reason. Many years ago, our mother traveled through here to visit her grandparents in Lorien. She never made it to her destination. Orcs captured her. When we realized she had disappeared, my brother and I set out to find her. After weeks of searching, we found her alive, but... Eladan's voice trails off as he turns away. We'll keep each other safe. We must. My thoughts keep returning to Mother. Mine too. I miss her. Ellipses. One step at a time. We must make it out of this storm. I have never been here before. Okay, these are a little tough. Careful. Look up ahead. Ready your weapons. Here we go. Gonna go with some defense, because I just don't know how tough these guys are. Put a bleed on him at least. That might take care of him. mean, maybe I have been to this part of the map, I just haven't done it. Because if it's what I'm thinking of, there used to be a library or something up here. But it is interesting that they, you know, they sort of send you on this adventure, but then they sort of dumb it down for you a little bit so you can survive. I can barely see through all the snow. Yeah, so where I think we are is here, but I thought there was a library or something at the top, an elvish library. Aladan, Black Lodge, there's someone over there. It looks almost like... Uh-oh. Oop. Looks like they might be immune to bleed, which makes sense. Elro here. Elandan's frantic voice does not carry past the thick curtain of whirling snow. He must have thought we'd be following close behind. We must follow him quickly. Okay, so the brother cursed the snow. Elro here, come back! Ellipses! So I have a feeling that, yeah, the brother took off, we got jumped by the wisps or whatever. And got separated. Which does not bode well for the brother, I have to say. Bang, stalker. Oop, I didn't pull off the... Black Lodge, you saw the figure earlier too, didn't you? Not doing anything. I don't know why. There we go. There he is, the mysterious figure. I don't see the brother, though. Did you see that? Orcs haven't attacked us yet. This can't be their doing, can it? It must be something else. Oh, I got a level. Okay, I was about to say, I must have... Didn't even realize it. Officially level 28 now? Nice. Yeah, I confess, I don't know what to make of this because, you know, it says the time to do it is before we start the next book. So I just wanted to... So it obviously... Hold a moment, Blackledge. It obviously must have some story implication. So I even though it's not literally a book quest. Body's still warm to the touch. There's no telling whose blood spilled here. I guess it's not the beasts. No. That can't be Elrohir's blood. I don't believe it. He must be close. Let's hurry. Something tells me this is going to end tragically. To go home without Elrohir. No, I refuse to let that happen. This mountain will not take another one of my family from me. Nope. All right. Who are you? Why have you been following us? Oh no, there's the brother. Ellipses! Ellipses! Is that Elrohir? I knew you'd find me soon enough. Are you alright? What happened? I'm fine, just tired. I couldn't find that cloaked figure after all. He's right there. And I'm sorry, in my haste, I didn't realize I was alone until it was too late. What matters is that you're okay. Black Lodge, help me get Elrohir back on his feet. We'll leave this miserable place behind us. He's right there. Where are we? Are we in Lothlorien? Oh my, you know what? Oh goodness, you know what I want to do? I don't know if they'll let me. I want to unlock some of these, this fast travel horse. Or do I set my milestone here? Because then I never have to do Moria. I can just skip it. Well, there's book quests in Moria, so I'm going to be doing something in Moria, but still. I feel badly. You're getting the hint. I don't love Moria. It's not terribly fun getting around it. The book quests are kind of good. But, I find the whole thing just a tremendous hassle. Black Lodge, I'm sorry. My desperation for answers clouded my judgment. The Bruinen must have left the Black Rider severely weakened. Even if the last horse had survived, it would not have been able to carry its owner far. Perhaps they have vanished from the north, like Eladan said. I do not wish to dwell on what happened in the Redhorn Pass, but the cloaked figure eluded you too, didn't it? I suppose we'll never know who or what that truly was. To tell the truth, I am in no rush to find out myself. I've been dwelling on the news Gwaihir brought us about the wolf presence along the Anduin. The Galadrim here have assured me that no wolves have been spotted, but that may change the deeper we venture into the woods. Don't let your guard down on our way to Karas Galadhorn. I fear more trouble may be lurking just around the corner. So I'm kind of curious, just how many further adventures are there? Further adventures of Eladan, and yeah, okay. Don't sleep on, so on Reddit it says, don't sleep on this. There are 5 solo missions that can be done at about any level. It only takes an hour. So what are we on, 4? Pretty fun little story with nice characterizations of the brothers. Best of all, brand new music. Okay, so if there's only 5, let's bang out the last 2. Just to see how the story completes. Whoops, I don't know if I read it or not. Keep your wits about you. Okay. Talk to Elra here. Nope. Oh, there he is. Okay. Did you hear that? Elrohir exchanges a look with you and Eladan. Then you hear growls coming from somewhere up ahead. Elrohir narrows his eyes. Approach quietly. I was about to say, let's kill it. Bear cub. Doing a little AoE. Got a bleed going. It seems Elrohir's suspicions about the wolves were correct. Eladan's gaze falls upon the bear cub, which stares at your group warily. The little one must have gotten separated from its mother. Shall we help it return to her? Yes. Follow the bear cub. Oh, it's already leaving. Asking what's wrong. Wait. Nope. Again, see if we can do some AoE. So it looks like two spear fists and spear fist spear does AoE. So that's good to know. Because it did a lot more than I think the leading off with the fist. All right, the bear cub's off. They doubt that was the last of them. I don't know what reversal does. I was just sort of playing around with the order a little bit. So if I do fist, spear, shield, it does a reversal. I don't know if that gives us a buff or it debuffs them. Maybe it gives us a buff. Ooh, wargs attacking the mom. There's the mother. Her injuries are not serious. But what is a warg doing here? Are the wolves following it? These are ill omens. We follow your lead, Black Lodge. Well, the mother bear is lost. There's nothing we can do. No, let's go kick warg ass. No, no! I didn't leave Shathar Munzu to fall to the likes of you. Sure did. Shathar Munzu. If we never hear that name again, it will be too soon. Shathar Munzu is a dwarf ruin to the north in the Vales of Anduin. Its history is not a happy one, but my brother and I have our own reasons for loathing the place. We found our mother there, tortured by the orcs. Even after our father healed her wound, she could no longer bear to continue living in Middle-earth. The hurt had gone too deep, so she sailed west to the Undying Lands. The thought often crosses my mind in the end. Will I sail and reunite with her, or shall I remain in Middle-earth and never see her again? Forgive me, I did not mean to discuss such dark matters. If that warg came from the Vales, then its brethren may be haunting the northern reaches of Lethlorien. We ought to continue toward Karas Galadhon. Once we gather more information there, we can decide on what to do next. For a moment, the twins linger to watch the bear cub and its mother. Elrohir breaks the silence first. Shall we? Remote quest. Okay. A deed is bestowed. A beast slayer. We got the Black Lodge Wild Hunter. That's a Rovanian title. We're in Egladil, which I guess is in sort of the heart of sort of Lothlorien, maybe. Now, we sort of came here when we did the quick tour of Middle-earth at the end of the third session, but yeah, here we are officially with our new character. It's just as we feared. Scouts have reported many sightings of wargs close to the northern border. Chapter 5. We're right at the doorstep of Karas Galadhon, but how can we stand idly by while wargs sow chaos in the Golden Wood? Black Lodge, you have been a stalwart companion. Not once have you faltered in aiding us, and for that we are grateful. Though you have honored your promise to us and our father, we have one last thing to ask of you. Come with us to the north. Whatever the wargs have planned, we'll put an end to it together. We'll put an end to it. This is a repeatable quest that you... We'll put an end to it until the next time we put an end to it. Okay. Quickly. We must strike out for Talan Reveil. Injured Sentinel. These are strange tidings. The guard squints at you for a brief moment before sighing in defeat. You are a stranger to these lands and my people, but if the sons of Elrond trust you, then I shall put aside my misgivings. The wargs came down from the Vales, our scouts have reported that one, gray and larger than the others, commands the movements of the rest. Several wargs ambushed us here before escaping to the southeast. 2 scouts followed the fleeing wargs and have not reported back. I fear that they may have been overwhelmed. We'll keep an eye out. Not once have we come across servants of the enemy in our travels. Yet, the moment we reach our destination, don't worry, we'll find answers and prepare for what's to come. You're right, Elrohir. Thank you. You heard that, didn't you? I did. Here they come. Now you see it's got a little symbol over its head, which means that it creates shadow buildup because it's a very evil creature. So if we stay in its presence for too long, I imagine our total morale would start to go down. I don't know if that's 100% true. It didn't happen because we kick so much ass, but ooh. I'm sorry, but I cannot continue fighting, but please find my partner. We were separated in the skirmish. She pursued the wargs to the south. We'll find her, I promise. Take care. Even the wildlife is in danger. Have you found my partner? Yes, she must have returned to Talon Rivendell safe by now. Thank you. I joined in your hunt, but in my state I would only hinder you. Be careful. The Grey Warg stalks Rivendell with its brethren. Then we shall cleanse their foul presence from this place. That must be the leader, a formidable beast, but mortal all the same. Let's effing go. No more shall the wargs harm Lothlorien and its inhabitants. Will follow your lead, Black Lodge. What's this? Our next meals offer themselves up so willingly? Your scheming ends here, abhorrent creature. The Golden Wood shall never fall to Sauron. Ha! Sauron! We answer to none other than Ranulur, chieftain of the wargs, and it is his pack that will send you to your doom. Let's do this. Got a bleed going. Got a little AoE. I'm holding up in terms of my health at the moment, so I'm going to stick with damage output. The warg mentioned a name, Ranulur. I cannot imagine the chieftain of the wargs would allow another to command the pack, unless he did not come with them. Now that we know they do not fight for Sauron, they are not a sizable threat. The remaining wargs will either sink back to the Vales or fall to the Galadrim. Lorien is safe. Perhaps Shathur Munzu will not be such a dark place one day, but for now, we must turn our gaze elsewhere. We'll let the scouts of Talon Rivendell know that the wargs are no more. Then return to Caras Galadhon. All right. Again, Elvish, very fitting, different vibe, but still it all feels so evocative. Black Lodge, there you are. Our grandmother's garden is a sight to behold, is it not? I can forgive you for wanting to linger and take it all in, though I must caution you against wandering too far. We have given our word that you are trustworthy. However, the Galadrim do not look favorably upon strangers, as I'm sure you've realized. We must part ways to meet with our grandmother soon, but for now, shall we walk in together? Elro here smiles. Walk with the twins. Now, I don't know if other MMOs do stuff like this. This game, one of the nice things is they have these moments. Our travels were fraught with danger, but a small part of me is sad that it's over. Chin up, Elladan. I'm sure Black Lodge will do us the honor of adventuring with us in the future. We couldn't have made it this far without you. We're in your debt. Indeed. Grandfather! Elladan, Eldro here. She's waiting for you. Then this is farewell for now, Black Lodge. Welcome to Caras Galadhon. May we speak? So yeah, I was about to say is a lot of the quests have these moments where it's just, hey, for this quest, let's just walk and talk. And it gives you these nice little beats, these little moments. You have my gratitude for keeping my grandson safe. I was told that the three of you passed through the Redhorn Gate to enter Lorien. The crossing must have been difficult for them. Their mother has long since sailed west, but our grief remains. The details of what transpired during your travels elude me. What news from Imladris? Did you discover anything? As you recount every step of your travels, Lord Celeban listens attentively. When you finish describing your encounters with the wargs from Shathur Munzu, his expression darkens. I'm sure your grandson's told you of our family's connection to that cursed place. The Ranulur may not be a threat at the moment, but I believe his tale is not finished. Should he decide to endanger Lorien again, he will not find mercy. Please wait here. I believe my wife would like to speak to you once her business with our grandsons is done. Time passes as Elladan and Elrohir discuss matters with Lady Galadriel. Black Lodge, I would have a word with you.
Give me your hair.
While my grandson's reasons for being here are grave, I'm glad to see them again. May our next meeting be under happier circumstances. They came to me with heavy hearts after what happened to Caladras. Do not fret, Black Lodge. Your presence steadied them. Such wounds may never heal completely, but they can be soothed. My mirror showed them visions of the past, moments that they hold dear. Sometimes it is a kindness to remember. As Lady Galadriel speaks, she studies you with keen eyes that almost seem to pierce through you. The coming days will be dire once for Middle-earth. I foresee that you have your own part to play in the shaping of its fate. Indeed, you have already taken your first steps. Our paths shall cross again. But do not let such thoughts occupy your mind for now. Find peace under the Melrin. Once you've rested and regained your strength, we'll send you on your way. Okay, more further adventure tokens. Rest now, Black Lodge. And there we go. That was a nice little story. I dug that. Beautiful weather here, so I opened the windows, but you're gonna hear sirens for a minute. Well, actually, maybe not. It seems like my noise gate blocked out. That's why I didn't talk for a second there, because When I talk, you're probably going to pick it up, but when I wasn't talking, it seemed like the noise gate blocked it out.
A strange fate brings you hither.
I've been told your journey to Lorien was rather eventful. Still, you persisted and completed your task admirably. Though travel and adventure have separated my sons from me before, every time they venture forth, my heart grows uneasy. For what parent can stand not knowing where their children are? But this time I was comforted knowing that you were by their side. Thank you. They have found a true friend. Nice. So again, I probably bumped up my standing with the elves here in so it says completed missions 5 of 45. The further adventures of... So can you do this 9 times or something? Looks like I can't do it for another 12 hours and 45 minutes, but if I wanted to pay a mithril coin, I could eliminate that, but I wonder if it's just the same 5 adventures over and over. I will say that was a nice little story. It got me about a level, it looks like. I'm about halfway to level 29. So I definitely dinged somewhere on that little excursion. But now it's time to go to Everdim. Yeah, whether I've done that before or not, I can't recall, but that was a nice little story. I like that. And I found, like, even in the original 50 levels, I think I've said this before in Angmar, I think even, like, the side quests sort of chain together little narratives. I don't know if that's true of all MMOs. I imagine maybe it is on some level, but... Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to the stables here in Rivendell. And let's just see where it takes us. We want to get to Everdim. We'll pop up the map once we get to the stables. See what title I got. Brother's Keeper. Okay. And the deed completed. The further adventures. Nice. Did I miss it? Yep, I just missed it. It's just below me. Okay. Alright, so let's take a look at the map and let's see where we're trying to get to. We're in Rivendell, which of course is in the Trollshaws in the northeastern corner. So we're way over here. We need to get to Everdim. So probably the easiest way to get there... There must be a way to get there from the North Downs. Or do we cut straight up from the Shire? Doesn't seem right. I feel like we would have to come west through the North Downs. So let's head back to the North Downs. Which means let's start by getting off my horse. We'll muster in Estelden. And see where that gets us. Okay. So I think we need to cut west through this... Yeah, to Eston. Okay. So let us get to Amon Wraith. the ruins there.
How can I be of service?
I know a lot of the time, I think I've probably talked about like tech crap when I've been playing this game. Lewitt just came out with this new microphone. It's basically one of their 440 LCT Pures, but it's got this sort of little laser rangefinder in front of it. And so it can sort of gauge how far away your face is from the microphone itself. And you can program it that if you get away from it or are not, you know, if you're not a certain distance from the mic, it just full out mutes, which is kind of nice because sometimes, like, if you have to cough, then all you have to do is sort of like move your head to the side and it automatically registers that there's nothing blocking the laser. I thought that was interesting. But yeah, part of, you know, I was mentioning, you know, part of sending my oldest off to college is that I'm like, got a lot of crap that's just collecting dust. You know, maybe I can get some money for it and somebody else who would actually use it or need it could, you know, take advantage of it. So one of the things I did is I very saddened to say that if you watch Black Lodge Trivia Night videos, you know, you can see that for some reason I've got like different microphones at different times. And of the recent ones, I had like this rectangular microphone that would sort of sit, you know, mounted to the side. That was the Austrian Audio OC18 microphone. And I loved the sound of that microphone. What I didn't like was how sort of large it was in front of me. Like if I were just doing like a regular talking podcast, it'd be no problem. But when I have to look down and see the keyboard and look up and see the monitor, and mostly I was looking down to see the keyboard, I was always trying to like look around it. And I was like, you know what? I really like the little silver tube microphone I've been using recently. It's fine. I can probably get some money for the OC18, and so I sold it. But it was, I gotta say, like, if you have the budget and you're looking for like a large diaphragm condenser microphone, I loved the Austrian Audio OC18. And I'm not the only one. Go like Podcastage, all those guys out there that do audio reviews. They might review the Austrian Audio 818, which is like a super fancified. It has a lot of features you don't need as just like a voice recording kind of thing, but let's see where we can go. We can go to Estelden or Trestlebridge. We're not trying to go to either. So the rest of it, this journey is on us. A lot of the sound stuff will apply because it's the same microphone, just with a bunch of extra features. But man, it was... There's a lot of things I've mentioned Matt, Patrick, and I sort of got to know each other because of war games, not because of RPGs, you know, board games that, you know, cover, you know, certain conflicts. You know, obviously a popular one would be World War II. And for a long while, I've been collecting those as well. I never get the chance to play. And suddenly I realized, like, why again am I letting all these things take up space and collect dust when there are people out there that would absolutely want to play these? And I could free up the space and I could get some money. And yeah, so I've been doing that as well. But it's very cathartic for me. I hate clutter, which is interesting because then I collect gaming clutter. But yeah, I really hate clutter around the house. So the idea of getting rid of stuff is very cathartic. I really, really like it. So selling the stuff off, getting some money for it, knowing that it's going somewhere where hopefully people are going to play it or use it. Sort of like a win-win-win. And it's kind of crazy because you sit there thinking, yeah, I got to tell you, like, college is going to be expensive. but every little bit helps. You know, every little bit you scratch together now that you don't have to borrow, you know, it all makes a difference. Like I said, we felt fortunate. That must be a side quest, but I'm not going to engage. We're fortunate that we were able to, you know, put aside some money for college, but it's never going to be enough. I don't know how anybody successfully saves for 2 kids to go to college the way college costs these days. So we're going to fall a little bit short. But again, every little bit that I can scratch together helps. Plus the advantage of getting rid of so much clutter. Interestingly enough, one of the games that I want to unload, that I want to sell, is actually a board game about Middle-earth called War of the Ring. And it's a stone cold classic. I think I want to go this way. Do I? Am I going the right way? I might not be. Nope, I am. Okay. So I guess I want to go north and then hook around. And I have the collector's edition, which is this beautifully produced version of the game. The game is great. The game is genuinely great. And so I'm hoping to unload that. In the past, like, it can be hard to come by, so I'm hoping it... Not that I'm, like, trying to get rich off of it, but I'm hoping I get a pretty fair price for it, and that could really help as well. Here we are. We made it to Rivendell. So just got to figure out, so back in the old days, when this game first came out, getting a horse was a real accomplishment. Like a real accomplishment. You couldn't do it until you... Oh. See the environment changing, so I must be approaching some very evil area. Now, am I going to Numinos or am I going to... Okay. There's a little place up Osfer Road. That's where I was wondering if I was going there or... So yeah, you had to be level 35, and buying the ability, buying a horse basically costs 5 gold, which, you know, now I'm sitting on like 8 or 9 gold, but back then, like, everything cost money. You had to buy all your skills, you had to constantly repair your equipment, just money, you were hemorrhaging money all the time. So I remember my friend and I don't know if he checks these out. I know he's in our Discord, but I don't know how active he is, but a long time, we've grown up together, known each other for decades and decades. And we both got into this game really as big fans. And I remember we were both here in Rivendell when we both dinged 35. And I was short money, so I had to do a couple things to gain some money, and I eventually got it. And I remember we teamed up and joined like a fellowship so we could co-op for a little bit. And it was so stupid. We just took off on our horses riding around here and adventuring. It was so exhilarating. Like, it was such, not like a real accomplishment, like, you know, going to law school, but it just took so long to earn that. And all of a sudden you're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I actually got it. So this is going to be a ranger camp here in Rivendell, I believe. Let's unlock this bad boy.
What can I do for you?
Now there's 2 groups. There's this group here on the beach, and then there's also like a building that people go in. So I'm trying to see. I assume if this is Calenglad, I'd be the head of this camp, so I'm sure he would be in the building. but I feel like it's telling me he's at the camp. Again, here's the boats that they... Do you unlock this? I guess you do, yeah. Oh, there he is. Okay, sorry.
What do you need?
What is it that you have there? A letter from Aragorn? Let me see it. What is it you call yourself? Black Lodge? I'm sorry, but this note is not enough. Tomb robbers have plundered the vaults and tombs of Annúminas, seeking to despoil the heritage of the Dunedain. This could be a forgery intended to relax our guard. Nay, I'm afraid I cannot trust the words of this letter. How am I to know you are true? Deeds, not words, matter to me. Okay. So what we're seeing here is we're seeing the ring above his head that's gray, which is telling me that we're not quite at the level we need to take on the next section. The question is, are we at a level where we can do anything here? Let's see. It's red.
Stay a moment.
Oh wow, but that's sending us all the way back to the troll shaws? Let's see. Keep in touch with an elves of Rivendell. One called Barishan I consider a close friend. A letter... maybe they're sending us back to the troll shaws, though, on purpose. He has a small camp far to the east of here in the troll shaws, just beyond the last bridge from the Lone Lands. Would you go to him and learn what troubles... Let's accept this. We gotta basically get half a level here. What do you think? Do I set my milestone here? Am I going to be here for a while? Part of me feels like I am. Or eventually I'll be here. Alright, let's see where the stable master can take us. How far can we get?
Greetings.
Get all the way to West Bree. The North Downs. No, we want to get to the Lone Lands. Let's get to West Bree. Okay, from here, we're going to hit up Stable Master, get up to the other side of Bree. From here...
How can I be of service?
We can get to Rivendell, but we want to get to Osgaruth. Now, I thought we opened up fast travel at the last bridge or whatever it's called, so I'm hoping, if nothing else, we can use these stables to get there. Again, I could just pay the mithril coin, but that feels...
What do you want?
The last bridge, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The troll shaws are probably kind of, sort of where we want to be. What are we looking at? Maybe not. Yeah. Okay, we want to go first, second, right. Well, these things were level 35. We might not be ready for this. Let's see how it goes. Hopefully if we stick to the road and run for it, we'll survive. But there were trolls that were patrolling. Yeah, I think that's the first, right? Let's stop for a second. Almost, okay. Okay, if they're red, that's good. They're not purple, so... Red means, technically speaking, we can hit them. We can definitely one at a time fight them. Give us a lot of XP, etc., etc.
What do you need? Megovanen.
So, the Rangers of Evendim have sent you to help. Well, not sure I'm... well...
Is there aught which you need?
Alright, let's sell some stuff at least. So something tells me that I am not high enough level for his quests. So it says, why are there no tasks for me? Tasks are now available to players on level and higher. You're not seeing any tasks, you're too low. Okay. So that's that. So what else we got going on? We can probably we could probably uncheck those. The North Downs is probably a good place to return to. Do some questing there. So let's do that. Let's get back to the North Downs, which of course I just turned off my
What do you need?
fast travel there. Let's see where we can go. The last bridge, the last homely house. Here's the deal. Do we go to Rivendell, hoping that it's easier to get back to... because Rivendell is sort of a bigger junction. All right, let's see what our options are here.
Greetings to you.
I wonder what Swanfleet is. You know, interestingly enough, I don't know. I'm just curious where in Angmar that is, because that's... if we can't get to the Ranger camp, Angmar is right next door to the North Downs. It's not there. It's not there. Where would that take us, though? Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's actually... I'm talking to the wrong guy. Let's go here. Breland, no. Angmar, that I recognize. This guy seems like it's like special locations, so maybe that's... Gundabad, Lothlorien, the Entenmoors, the Lone Lands, Osgaruth. This might not have been where I was trying to go. Let me just double check. Am I trying to get to North Downs, Lone Land? Like, confuse them. Are they here? Yes, they're... So we're trying to get to North Downs.
Well met.
So it looks like we're going to South Bree. I wonder how many levels we need. I'm hoping it's just the one to get going, but I could see a round number like 30 being at play.
Greetings.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the North Downs. I just got to get to the other side of Bree.
What can I do for you?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can pick up a couple of quests here. Again, we got to get just under half a level. So I feel like a couple of quests should do it.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Defeat wargs. Yeah, it's simple enough.
Will you give me a moment of your time, friend?
Collect a gem pouch, sure. Okay, let's get started with those. You know, I'm just curious really quickly. There's obviously the quests around here. I'm wondering if the main folk have any quests they can give to us. Nope. Okay. Oh, what was that? What did that say? You must have completed chapter 3-7. So let's see what's in here. Oh, it's the council. Maybe this is what I should have been looking for. I've judged you much too harshly before. I hope you can forgive me.
Would you do something for me?
Okay, word has come to me from our scouts outside the gates of Fornost that powerful wraiths have been seen within the city. Now, this is a fellowship quest. Now, we're over leveled for it, but that doesn't necessarily mean we can actually do it. I was hoping against hope that there was some chapter in here. Okay, well, so that was a bust. Let's just hit up the main quest then. Not the main quest, the book quest I mean, but like the quest that we have, and I think one of them even starts right outside. Right outside the gates here of Estelden. What we'll do is we'll bang out level 28, get to level 29, see if that gets us in the range we need to back in Rivendell, or whatever it's called, and we'll see how it goes. Let's just check the map. We're gonna break south. Start trying to figure out what we actually need to do. Nope. Again, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm sort of hovering over... There we go. You hover over the creature and it'll bring up if it's got a quest involved. It'll also do deeds. Again, for these, I'm just going to go straight bleed. And walk away from the exploding car. CSI Miami style. Dirty little secret. I actually don't mind these kinds of quests. You know, for something that's super chill, this sort of takes that chill one more level of not mind-numbing in a bad way, but just kind of like a totally tune out, or I could have like a lot of shows I need to watch. I want to check out Fallout, the TV show. Big fan of the old games. I can't say that I've played a bunch of Fallout 3. I should play a bunch of Fallout Vegas, but I haven't. Starts quest the snares. Do I need a cocoon for any reason? No. Well, I'm gonna kill this thing. It's gonna start a quest, and that's fine. Spider gems. Collect the gem pouch. Is that in this area? It is. Okay, let's give it a look. But the one I really want to... I've been really bad about finishing The Expanse. I feel like I'm on maybe season 3 out of what, 6, 7? How do I collect the gem pouch? What do I got to do? Okay, it just says it's lost somewhere in the area called the Snares. I'm in the Snares. If you look under the map, it tells you the area name. I was having this discussion with my brother. We're both huge fans of, obviously, science fiction TV shows. And for the longest time, we put Firefly up as our #1 sci-fi TV show. And then my brother was like, you know, I think I might put The Expanse a little bit higher. And I'm just kind of curious, would anybody else do that? Expanse versus Firefly, go. Which one do you prefer? I know they're different in a lot of ways, but yeah, I'm just curious. How would you, if you had a head-to-head matchup between Firefly and The Expanse, which one do you go with? All right, got the gem pouch. Nice. A lot of these things are like supposed to start quests and they're not. I'm not sure. Okay. So we got one done. Defeat wargs. Wargs are to the north. I was trying to see what these quests were to see if they were easy to plow through, but you know what? Not going to worry about it. So let's defeat some wargs, and then maybe we will hit up those ruins for the stones, and that'll be 3 quests. See how close that gets us. Maybe some of them, if I need more, maybe some of them will start a chain, maybe have a follow-up. Okay, just need 2 more. Just in case you're wondering, I probably mentioned this before. If you look on your minimap, you see the red dots. The red dots are enemies. So there might be a way to know what the enemies are if you have certain skills. I'm not 100% sure, but at least it'll sort of tell you something's over there. See, I've gained 5 points. Doesn't matter, but nice. Defeated wargs, which gave me Man of the Fourth Age, which gives me a +5 will. Now, I don't know if that's something I need to equip, but I think I was saying earlier, like, you used to be able to do deeds to get bonuses. Like, that's what I was talking about right there. Okay, so we got 2 down. Let's find these stones. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to deactivate those so that it makes me... Well, wait, let me just make sure. No, it's still trying to tell me where to go. I was hoping by deactivating it, it would change the arrow on the minimap, but I think it just sends you towards the closest. So once I get some distance away, it should hopefully flip around. There we go. I guess I could also do the talk to Istuin or whatever, just to... Even if I don't run over to Fornos to do that fellowship quest, maybe I can get some XP for moving the chain along a little bit. I don't know if I've mentioned this. If you get into water that's too deep, your horse disappears. So that's what I was trying to avoid. Okay, so I need to get to the far side of camp. Can I sneak? We'll give it a shot, see if it lets me get to where I need to go, which is probably up on that platform, which is probably going to be a little too far. Nice. Okay, there's one. All right, so we're down here. Next one is way up there. Okay. Something's going on there. I'm not sure what that is. Like this one, nice and easy. Okay, last one. Yeah, maybe there was something going on there. Let's head back south really quickly. Defeat the chieftain. It's kind of a nice touch, right? Like a sort of like an environmental quest pops up as you uncover things in the wild. A lot of games do that now. I don't know, chicken and egg style, if this was sort of doing it way back when and then other games also started doing it, or if this one saw other games doing it and realized, oh crap, let's make this a little more interesting. Okay, that's the target. Looks like it might be a signature. Yep, we're going to pop him from range. And hopefully just isolate him. Going all offense because I have a feeling I can outpace him pretty easily. All right, not bad. Part of the reason why I'm able to put in some time here with Lord of the Rings Online is my wife had to take off on a business trip. I was hoping to actually stream some of it in the evening at some point, but too much other family stuff happened. So I've been sort of trying to piece this together. She comes home tonight, which is great, but damn it, it does complicate being able to stream. I used to, if you've seen some of the Black Lodge Trivia Night stuff, a couple of them I had to do in basements, especially a recent Vaesen, you know, I was sitting in front of a bunch of board games. That's where my desk used to be, in the basement before we had a flood, and I kind of miss it. It's a little bit of a man cave. The downside is that now our house has some air conditioning that part of the house, the old sort of utility section of the basement, does not have. If I thought I was going to move back down there after we got flooded, I would have tried to hook something up, even though it's kind of just an old crappy basement, because I would be down there. But we passed on that, and so now I'm sort of stuck in a nicer part of the house, but it does make it a little more complicated. The downside is what I would want all of my nerd stuff together. Role-playing games, board games, yada, yada, yada. And unfortunately, that's, you know, how I lost tons of old RPG books that I can't get back. Let's see. Starts the quest, The Runes of Minas of Ruin. We'll just grab this just in case. Do I have to get down? There's a lot of stuff that's not... Let's see how we're doing. Dum-ba-bum. No, no. Probably should talk to him just to get that done. So yeah, for some reason, these are not... Oh well. I think I'm gonna... I have to talk to this guy a couple times. I think I'm just gonna pop the mithril coin. Hand these in and see what happens.
Silently now, darkness approaches. Silently now, darkness approaches.
Oh, I'm missing. It's giving me pop-ups over there and I'm missing it. That's what it is. Okay, so what else do I got? Bring the gems back to... this one I think I'm going to bail on. It's light blue. It's not going to be many... It's not going to be the same XP. I'm looking again just to get a level here real quick. So what I would love is to be able to find like orange quests, which are not going to be here because I'm sadly at the right level. So
What can I do for you?
okay, where's Daggeras?
What can I do for you?
Getting close, but not quite there. Nope. Okay. You know what I might do? I might muster in Evendim and see if I can tackle quests there. I had a couple here that I wanted to bang out. I did. You know, I wonder if I can actually... Instead of using my muster.
Greetings.
There must have... Let me... Hold on a second. Well, I was going to say there's like a mysterious artifact there. I feel like... I'm trying to remember if I've ever done a quest there. Why did I stop? So for some reason, I am stuck. You know, I don't know if I've ever actually experienced this before. So what I'm going to do, can I even log out? Yeah, it's not even let me... Okay, so I'm gonna... Guess I'm gonna just kill it. Apologies for this. I don't know if I've ever experienced this before. Usually, I gotta say, relatively speaking, this game is very stable. I don't think I've ever... It's been a long time since I've had, like, crash desktop kind of stuff. Even in game, like, you know, getting stuck in geometry, kind of weird stuff like that almost never happens. Okay. So be it. But yeah, having sort of that man cave in the basement, you know, like I said, I wanted all my RPG, like we added onto the house, and what I sort of wanted to happen was to have the new part of the basement be my sort of dork room. Move all my books down there, move my board games in there, and then my wife is like, yeah, except that, you know, that's now the lowest part of the house. So if anything were to flood, that would be the first part. And I was like, ah, damn it. Because otherwise it'd be perfect. It's got air conditioning, it's a little isolated. I'd probably have to sort of deal with some, like, room noise, you know, try and soften up the walls a little bit so they don't reflect as much. But I was like, oh, it's the perfect size for a table, you know, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, technically speaking, she does have a point. It would be the first part of the house to flood. Interestingly enough, the basement that I used to be in, where all my stuff is now higher up, and would probably be much less likely to flood. But again, there's no... and there's even a door now blocking it off, so I can sort of block out some of the noise. And you're thinking, oh, that'd be perfect because the beeping... Nope, the beeping would still be there. But even in that area, you know, I could put my computer, I could still have all my books. I have a table for war games, board games, and, you know, haven't used it in a while, but I've got like a streaming setup for that kind of stuff on the table. Microphone, camera, etc., etc. So I can like stream board games. Sometimes I think like, oh, if I were gonna ever do that like here, you know, could I look at sort of RPG board games like, you know, the Skyrim board game or the Divinity Original Sin board game, but those things are so big, such an investment. Anyway, and in my head, like having all that stuff sort of out of sight ends up making it out of mind, which is kind of what I liked about having it all together in one place where my main desk was for work/gaming. So that's what it looks like without the environmental effects on it, nice and green, but now we're going to start getting gray. I don't know if you can see down in the chat, it says once by a large scrap of salty fabric. That's what I was sort of saying. Like sometimes some of the things you... Let's see if these signs actually Evendim. Yep. These signs, the stuff like that you collect, you know, other people are willing to pay a little bit of money for it because they don't want to grind, track them down, etc., etc. But I used to be better about that stuff, not because I wanted to make money, but because I was like, oh, if somebody can use them. So I'd say like get 50 sturdy furs. Then I would just, you know, because that's the maximum you can have in a pile, then I would just put them up on the auction block and, yeah, be like, yeah, a couple hundred silver, whatever, I don't care. I know I've said this before in one of these sessions, but again, you're always looking, or at least I'm always looking to do things maybe 3 or 4 levels above my current level. You know, because you still get the story, but you're also getting a lot more XP, so you blow through the levels and blah, blah, blah. So... There's a lot more to this area than I'm remembering. Like, there were some runes off to the left and right that I saw that I was like, oh, right. Even if with red Oathbreakers, if I were just to kill a bunch, it'd probably hit that level relatively quickly. Oh, what's I feel like I've been up there, but I don't recall why. Now, for some reason, I thought I remember some kind of... Oh, that's not good. Purple. Some kind of plaque on this statue that started something, and I don't recall what. Or maybe you have to get the quest and then come back to it. Yeah, it might not let me because I'm too low a level. Let's head up to Ostfarad and see if there are any quests to be had there. unfriendly man.
Greetings.
Oh, okay. All right. Because there are tasks here, that means I'm technically at a high enough level. But having said that, I'm still not seeing any other quests, which is a little weird. Well, then let's go to the job board and see what we got. I don't really think it's going to take much to do it, so... Okay, yeah, let's give it a shot. I'm just gonna grab them all. I can dump them. Now, I'm hoping a lot of the robbers I've seen skulking around this hill. I don't know if I'm actually getting what I need. Soft skin. Fine for, like, I don't know where I'm supposed to be attacking for these things. Seeing a lot of block deflected. That's just because, again, I'm a much lower level. I'm still gonna win, but it's definitely a lot harder. Okay, so technically speaking, I feel like these are the guys that should give me the broken longswords. You can see Angmar and Expeditionary. So yeah, it's sort of like a Angmar conspiracy going on here. Whoops, why don't I... There we go. So the fine furs are doing okay on. That's good. Let's see if actually killing them gives us anything. Black badge, but otherwise no. So I'm picking up these Tomb Raider sashes, and let me see if I can find one in my inventory and see if it actually means anything. Nope, just a reputation item. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure who to go after for the sword sheaths. Maybe it's the ruins a little further below Asperod. I seem to be in the right spot for the fine furs. As I was saying, a lot of people used to make fun of this level because of the Everswim, but I've always liked it. I thought it was always really pretty. I didn't mind the swimming. I don't know if I'm just like a masochist, like I don't mind the tedium. But also, you might have heard it there for a moment, I really enjoy the music on this level. There was sort of a solitary woman singing a moment ago. These are definitely the goblins. Let's see if these guys have the swords. Nope. Okay. Yeah, let me stick to the wolves. Get that one at least in the bank. Maybe that'll be enough. I have to remember that Onslaught lowers the enemy's armor. I'm not sure if it's enough to really make a huge impact, but it's something. Got a bleed going in armor rend. You see the little icons here. So maybe I should even be like opening with trying to render armor so that when I do the bleed attack, it's more likely to go through. Not having much luck there though. Okay. Okay, let's go hand this one in. I don't know. Again, I keep saying it. This game to me still looks really good.
How do you do?
Not gonna lie, I was hoping for more, sir. Collect fine skin. Did I get that from... from the beasts? Did that mean, like, did I get any from these deer? Or was it just because I killed a couple of bears? Like, do these guys count as beasts? soft skin. Nope, that's nothing. Okay. This set of ruins right up ahead is where I was. I got attacked by... Might have been an ambush as part of a quest. And it's when I was doing my first character as a champion. And it is when I realized that I was not meant to play a champion. I still kept going for a little bit longer. I got maybe into the low 50s. But after that, I was just like, you know what? It was that ambush that made me realize this is not working. For whatever it was, I wasn't grasping... Oh wait, let's try that. I wasn't grasping the nuances I needed to grasp. Ooh. Alright, still nothing. Can these guys give me fine skins, or is it just because, again, I know where there are some bears. I feel like there's some bears up along the eastern shore. I don't know if they'll be purple, though, if I'm getting farther away from Osferod. Let's see what's this. Nope. Okay. Nope. Purple, purple. Purple. Oh my goodness. There we go. My fear, though, is that... Okay. Nope. Okay. Well, on one hand, I'm kind of at a loss. On another hand, I'm getting pretty close to leveling just from the murders, so... Okay, so it is bears. That one gave me a fine. The other thing about this area is I really like the idea of Numinas. Sort of like a fallen city that's now in ruins, and in this game it's something that is still being fought over. I don't know if that'd be accurate in terms of like books or whatever, or the Silmarillion. I have no idea, but here it's sort of a hotly contested front line of the war with Angmar, and I kind of like that. Like, I think they even track, like, I don't know if it matters much, like, if there's enough. There we go. Boom. Level 29. Oh, here we go. Return to Bree. This is the thing I was talking about. I thought I would get it because I was a human man, but let me see. What do I need to do to... Okay, so I have to defeat 150 wargs. But if and when I do, and eventually it'll happen, just... I'll get to one more place to muster. So I'm seeing now everything's turning red. That might have been purple before, so that's good news. Okay, for some reason there I just collected... Maybe these are the guys that give you the sword sheaths. Okay, all right. And again, now they're all purple. I'm seeing now they're all red. I'm not seeing any purples anymore. So. You know what? Let's do a test. Let's go to... So I'm sitting here killing these things like I actually care about these quests, and I don't. So let's see if maybe if I go up to Osferod, do they start giving me quests, which means maybe they would give me quests in the ranger camp, which is what I'm actually after. Well, still not seeing much. Let's head to the ranger camp just on the off chance. Yeah, nothing showing up purple anymore, so that's potentially a good sign. What I like about Illuminati, it's not just that Illuminus is this frontline battle, at least in this game, again, who control, like, I think what I was trying to say is that I don't know how many people are actually playing this to make a difference, but at the height of the game, like, it would track, you know, which sections of the city, I believe this is what it was doing, were in enemy hands and were in friendly player hands. So you could go in there and you could, you know, kill things and do, like, repeatable quests, and I think that's how it worked. And then you'd sort of control different parts of the city. So there's that element of the gameplay in here, but just the idea of, like, because my understanding is the history of Illuminas is that it's a very old city. You know, like, the actual city is, like, from 1,000 years ago or something, you know, from the reign of men. I don't really know the details. Like I said, I was trying to figure out some details for the One Ring. So I did a cursory look at it, and, but it's this idea, again, like, the world feels so old. There's stories that occurred thousands of years ago that, you know, provide the backdrop for what we're doing now. All right, still nothing there. Let's see. Wanted, broken longswords from the brigands in the ruins of Tirn Fornek, north of the ranger outpost at Tinadir. Or to the south, near Anuminas. Collect broken longswords. We've got 2. I don't know if it'll give me credit for those. It does, okay. But I'm still not getting literal quests. So this might not be... Okay, you can see here in the chat box, the invaders of Numinas have reclaimed Gweilband. So that's sort of the thing. They're having like a... Oh, here we go.
Lend me your ear.
I've come in possession of a riddle, Dark Lodge, that may lead the way to buried treasure. A Dunedain landholder buried something somewhere in Evendim, fearful that it might be taken by the Witch King's forces, if Fornos fell. It seems that the landholder's line was extinguished in the battle, his lands abandoned, but I believe that his treasure remains unfound. Here's the riddle, the only directions I have found, and those not easy to come by. 2 roads pass through green fields. 4 kings watch the meeting of the ways. I do not know where this might be, but there is a crossroads east of Tinadir. Perhaps the riddle speaks of the crossroads of Canandaich, or however you say it. Yeah, so I think that's what I was saying. Like, there was something that was at that section of ruins that I remember looking at. Okay, so that's good. So we got an orange quest going here. And that's the thing, little by little, right? Just give me... Oop. What's the clock on this? Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. Let me go check out this ruin, and then I think I'm going to call this session. And, yeah, I think the next time I pick this up, I'm not sure exactly when that'll be. But it'll sort of be... Oh, yeah, clearly that riddle's talking about here. It might be a little bit of chill kind of questing as we can until we get to level 30, and then hopefully that unlocks sort of the next set of chapters here, assuming I'm in the right spot. But there we go. Now the stone marker's blinking. The stone marker is surrounded by signs of digging. If it once marked the location of the treasure, it has surely been found. The marker bears an inscription, all but worn away by the passage of time. The inscription on this stone marker is barely legible, but these words can just be made out. To settle disputes, men fight in the ring of stone. Outside the wall, my marker lies hidden. The new riddle may reveal the true location of the treasure. So it's sending us back up to Ostfarad. But yeah, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna call it here. We'll pick this quest up next time. But yeah, hopefully there's been something that's been fun here. Again, this is an incredible... Dragon's Dogma 2 is not a hard game, so to speak, but it's not relaxing because you really do have to focus in on what you're doing. Even if you're not in danger of getting wrecked every moment of the game, you do sort of have to like make decisions like, where am I going? What am I trying to do? Where am I trying to explore? Do I see something up there? You know, this is not that kind of experience, and I think there's something of value to being able to play a game like this. So yeah, thanks again. This has been Black Lodge Trivia Night. If you're watching this, then you found our YouTube channel. Like and subscribe if you want. You know, we always appreciate it. Mainly, we are a tabletop RPG actual play and discussion podcast. If you prefer audio versions of those in particular, just search for Black Lodge Trivia Night wherever you get your podcasts. They'll come up. We've played tons of stuff. Like I said, we just finished Menace Under Otari for Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Vasen's Starting Adventure. We've done all sorts of stuff. Some Dragonbane solo, a bunch of solo stuff. Some Call of Cthulhu. Man, what Cyberpunk, right? It's just, you know, we've been playing a lot. And our 1 year anniversary is coming up, so we're hoping to put together a podcast at some point this month being May 2024. And it, you know, this should be up hopefully before that podcast, so, you know, keep an eye out for it if you want. I'm not sure what we're going to talk about, but yeah, 1 year, it's been a lot of fun, and we appreciate it. Mainly, though, if you want to come hang out, you know, join our Discord. We talk about CRPGs and mainly tabletop RPGs. We've started organizing a few games here and there online. We're about to wrap up a Dragonbane one-shot, and I think there's some Band of Blades going on, maybe. But anyway, you know, if you want to come chat about that kind of stuff, yeah, jump into the Discord. The link should be in the show notes. Otherwise, thanks again, take care, and we'll talk soon. Bye-bye.